The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars.
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Let's knuckle up! Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor?
Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
Good shot and a terrific performance from Peter McGrail.
Lovely movement from Masoudi.
Sustained on top from Yabai.
Eye-catching, classy, star quality.
Real-time stats and scores have arrived on your DAZN app. Follow your favorite teams and competitions from over 500 leagues and cups with instant updates so you never miss a big moment. Get even more from your daily destination for sport.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches,
The early shot is a really good one.
all in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
It's a goal. And scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June. Live on DAZN. The UEFA Women's Champions League Final.
Barcelona at their glorious best. Mariana Candente! Brutal from Arsenal. How fine will the margins be?
Welcome to the sunshine of Portugal for a feast of football like you've never seen before. The fans are going to be treated to some amazing entertainment along the way, both on and off the pitch, in this all-new football concept. Yes, it's the inaugural World Sevens football tournament, live from Estoril, down the road from Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, and it's live on DAZN, your global home of women's football. Great to be with you. Thank you for joining us at a very blowy Estoril, about half an hour away from Lisbon. Delighted to be alongside Nita Asante and Kelly O'Hara. Great to see you. Last time I saw you was on the pitch for Gotham, and you retired at the end of last year. So what have you been up to? You been busy?
No, just sitting on the couch, having some ice cream, you know, relaxing. No, I've been up to a lot, honestly, Jackie. This being one of the things, which I'm very excited about. I host a podcast, Sports Are Fun. If anyone out there listens, watch, tune in. So just been keeping busy and staying close to the game, because obviously not playing anymore, but you can't stay away for too long, you know? You can't stay too far away, so been doing a lot, yeah.
Yeah, you've had a finger in a lot of pies, haven't you? Well, Anita, UK viewers have seen a lot of you, which is fantastic since you retired, and you bring a huge amount of expertise from a lot of these teams to this tournament. But both of you have been busy helping to organise this tournament, and particularly giving input from a player's point of view. So tell us what that's all about.
Yeah, it's been great to just connect with players like Kelly and the rest of our advisory group, Tobin and Laura Georges, Caroline Sager, and we basically have been so excited for this moment to see elite clubs from Europe compete against each other. And we've been involved in the competition rules. We've been involved in what the fans should experience and what the atmosphere should be. And, you know, we're just so happy to see it come to life.
Yeah, and to be together finally in person. We've been on so many Zooms in the last couple months, all of us around the globe. So to be in person, to see this come to life is just truly incredible. And again, it's like what our focus has been for many, many weeks, a couple months now. So it's very exciting. And it's just fun to like be with each other, you know? It's good.
Yeah, you usually see each other down the line at different time zones.
No, it was funny. We were all, well, you weren't there, you were a little late, but we were all out at lunch yesterday, and we were talking about how we played against each other for so long throughout the years, and now it's nice to finally be on the same team and working together. So that's a special part of this, I think. Definitely.
And I'm guessing, Anita, it must be quite nice from an athlete's point of view to actually be asked how you feel about playing in a tournament, what works for you, what you don't want to happen. So how did those discussions go, and what did you tell them all?
Yeah, it was brilliant. You know, the ownership and the founders wanted us to have the input and recognize the value that we could add from our playing experiences. You know, many of us have played for multiple clubs and across different countries. And we were able to just bring all our ideas together and challenge each other and also be like, what would we want if we were playing? Like, we were dying. We were like, we'd all get our boots back on and out of retirement to be in something like this, because it's just so exciting. You know, we expect players to be able to express themselves, lots of creativity, lots of dynamism, fast-paced kind of football. And we grew up on that. We grew up on small-sided football, and that's where I got my enjoyment from, and I'm sure Kelly was the same.
For sure. And I mean, 7v7 is the game that you always die to play at practice, right? You got 7v7, you got 5v5, small-sided. When the coach says you're playing small-sided, everybody's energy goes through the roof. So for us, like Neat said, bringing this tournament together, it was based in, we want the player experience to be elite, and we also want the fan experience to be something they've never experienced before. So like you can see around the stadium, it's just like the energy is going to be incredible. They're going to be so close to the action. It's crazy. I'm just so excited. I don't even know what to say sometimes. I'm so excited. I walked in here, I was just like, wow, this is incredible.
I'm word vomiting as well.
Yeah, I can feel your enthusiasm. Yeah. We feel it just being here pitch side. Bearing in mind, we've got a load of players behind. We've got Manchester United players. Ella Toon's up there. Hello, Ella. A load of them just watching on here. So they're going to be up there. And then we've got a DJ behind us, the fans over there, commentary up there. There's so much to be excited about. But what about the rules? It's very different from 11-a-side football. So let's see what rules the players are going to be abiding by, or not, in the next few days.
Or not.
But the stakes bigger than ever. Welcome to World Sevens Football, a bold new frontier in the women's game. 8 elite clubs, 7 players aside, 2 halves, 15 minutes each. It's fast, it's fierce, it's football without the filter. Unlimited rolling subs keep the tempo relentless. No offsides, no draws, just winners. If it's tied at full time, 5 minutes of extra time, 5 versus 5. First goal wins. Still level, sudden death penalties decide it. 1 shot each until someone breaks the deadlock. Under the sun of Estoril in Portugal, the world's best battle not just for glory, but for a $5 million prize pool. This is the game, reimagined for the fearless. Tickets on sale now at worldsevensfootball.com. This is not just another tournament. This is World Sevens Football.
No, I told you it was different. It's very different. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be very different for the players as well. But what about, the ball's just come over.
Where should we put it?
Show she's still got it.
Get it back in there? She's still got it. Look at that accuracy, guys. Look at that
confirmation. But just tell us particularly about, if it's level after regulation time, then how that's going to work and how the players, you reckon, are going to react.
Neat, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, basically, I mean, exactly. We had involvement in the competition rules, and this is one of the ones we're excited about. But it goes to extra time, 5-minute halves, it drops down to 5v5, and then sudden death.
It's part of
it. So whoever scores first wins, and then if that doesn't happen, it goes to a draw. Then it goes into penalties.
And it's sudden death.
Sudden death penalties.
PKs.
Sudden death. We love a bit of sudden
Which we've
death.
never seen that before. So the pressure, it's going to be palpable. You're going to feel that when that happens.
But also the fact it's a $5 million prize fund. I mean, it's not like just an end of season jolly. There's a lot of money at stake to win this tournament. For the players, for the staff, for the clubs themselves.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. This is about investment in women's sports and women's players and their clubs and trying to grow the game and get new fan engagement, but also make sure the players are seen and valued and they have the visibility to showcase their talent. And that's why this prize fund is what it is, because it's a recognition of the level of these quality players.
100%. It should absolutely be that, if not more. So we'll get it there one day, you know?
I'm a little bit worried about these balls flying absolutely everywhere, by the way. They're being very gentle with us at the moment. I'm not sure that's going to last. You guys are going to have to be nice about these players. OK, let's have a look at the two groups. Who's actually playing in this tournament? Some very familiar faces for you if you watch a lot of European football. And the fact that we have Manchester City and Rosengard is our first set of teams. Roma, Manchester United, Ajax, Bayern Munich, Paris Saint-Germain, and Benfica. And 8 teams in total. I mean, it's very difficult, I think, to pick a winner of this entire tournament, don't you think?
Yeah, do you have one yet, Neets?
No,
I feel like
I
we might have talked about this on a Zoom. We were like, who do we think's going to win? But I'm stuck. I don't know.
I think it's hard to call, you know. I think they've all brought out really good squads of players, but it's a format none of us have seen before. We've not seen them in this kind of action.
Exactly.
So I think it's anyone's game,
right.
You know, and we might see some new emerging talent as well display, you know, their skills in this kind of setting, and that's what I'm excited about, to discover who those players will be.
For sure. And again, like you said, we know these teams from how they play 11-a-side football, how they play regular OG football, but now we get to see them in a different format. And like Neat said, it's anybody's game. It's anybody's chance to win the final and take home that cash prize. So again, people are like, what are you thinking? How are you feeling? I'm like, I don't know. I just can't wait for it to kick off so we can finally see it in action. And it's going to be a great 3 days ahead of us.
Yeah. We'll have a look at the road to the final, potential route for any of these sides to be grabbing that enormous prize fund at the end, which is a reminder shared between players and staff as well, which is nice for the staff to get some recognition, by the way. But just to get your thoughts on squad selection, because it's a very different type of football, isn't it? It's not that the same kind of players who really do well in 11v11 football are necessarily going to do well in 7-a-side football.
No, absolutely, Jackie. You're spot on there. I think it's a game where, you know, you expect probably to see a lot of technicians, players who are really good on the ball in tight spaces, holding up play, bringing others into the game, and enjoy that 1v1 kind of battling around the pitch, that kind of do-or-die attitude to try and score and make things happen. And I'm telling you now, like, I would just love to be able to put my boots on and get involved in this.
Yeah, and another part of the rules, or what makes 7v7 and World Sevens football unique, is the roll-on, roll-off substitution. So I think that's going to add a layer of strategy to how are these teams going to utilize that and getting the most out of their players, you know, feeling the energy. Is there a lull? Do we need to replace somebody? That sort of thing. So I'm really interested to see how that plays out in this format.
Are there any players when you played 7-a-side even in training who you can see it's not necessarily suited to them? Or conversely, have you seen players who are absolutely exceptional in 7-a-side who actually perhaps a little less good in 11-a-side?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in my playing experience, you have players that are like, you know, I've played as a defender, so I can relate to this, where they get stuck in defence and they're left with 1v5 because the rest of the team has like bombed forward and left them in isolation. Those players don't enjoy it as much, you know. But I think for the attacking players who have the freedom to express themselves, go 1v1 with no kind of shackles or restrictions, they thrive in this type of environment where they got to be able to like entertain the fans and the audience as well, and just, you know, just go out there and have fun and explore.
For sure. There was a time in my career when playing with the national team, this was early on, I was much better at playing the 5v5, the 7v7, the small-sided, and Pia let me know that, you know, so I think that there's opportunity for, and I obviously took that and, you know, grew into the player that I became, but I think this is a great opportunity for players who might not get as much playing time in the 11v11 format, and they can show their skills and potentially, you know, get into that spot on their team full time.
Well, people can probably see from the fact that Kelly's hair is blowing vociferously in the wind here. I've had to tie mine back. I don't think I've ever tied it back on air before. But it's needs must. It's so blowy. Do you think that can actually affect the game at all?
I am interested about
Yeah.
this. Sorry, she asked you.
No,
But I've been thinking about it since we got here. I was like, how's this going to affect the game? But I do think that because it's a smaller pitch, I think more is going to be on the ground, right? I think it's going to be quick. It's going to be, fast-paced. It's not going to be a lot of balls in the air, in my opinion. And I think that if the players are being smart, they understand that and they're going to play and make sure they take the wind out of what's happening on the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Players recognizing the conditions they're in and trying to make the most of that, keeping the ball on the ground, moving for each other, showing some ingenuity on the ball in possession and really just going for it. I mean, it's a beautiful day. It's, we've got a great DJ and it's a time for them to just showcase their talent.
Yeah.
Well, the DJ is having an absolutely roaring time behind us, right on the brand
Jackie,
new.
I got to tell you something.
Yeah,
There's a little
we got
secret.
news.
We got a surprise. One of the player advisors, the one and only Caroline Sager, might be joining the DJ in the DJ booth at some point over these 3 days. So if you're here, if you're watching, keep your eyes peeled. You might be getting a little bit of the Sager special.
Okay. On social media, we'll look out for that.
There you go.
As well. But yeah, it is a fabulous kind of atmosphere. What a lovely place to play football. There is some actual football to be played, by the way. We're having a great time, but there will be some football. And Manchester City will be kicking us off against Rosengard, Anita's old side. So let's hear from their manager, Nick Cushing.
Nick, thank you so much for joining us. Day one here in Estoril, the World Sevens. How pleased are you to be here with your players?
Yeah, really pleased. It's exciting, right? It's new format of the game. It's different to the game that we play in the season, but we've had some time to practice it, and it's been really enjoyable practicing it, so I'm excited for the games.
How have you prepared for this format in training? What are you doing differently?
Well, obviously the pitch size is different, and there's some rules that are different to the regular game, so we've had some time, 3 or 4 days, to practice that format, which gave us some slight strategies, but I think that's going to change throughout the tournament.
How much do you think this format will suit your players and the way they like to play?
Well, I think it's going to suit the attacking players. The way that when we've practiced it, what we found is it's very fast. There's a lot of attacking football. Every moment in the game is really an attacking moment. So for the likes of Alba Fagino, Carolyn, Jess Park, I think it's really going to suit them.
Was it easy to pick your squad or difficult? Talk me through the selection process.
Well, we obviously finished the season with some injuries, so strategically we picked this group of players. We brought 15. To pick the starting 11, I've gone with an attacking outfield, and our goalkeeper is very attacking with her feet. But I think there's going to be regular substitutions when we've learned the physical demands of the game. I think there's going to be a lot of regular substitutions to keep the physical side of the game fresh and intense.
Looking forward to it, Nick. Thank you so much. Good luck, all the best to you and your players.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so a different kind of squad selection for the Man City interim head coach, Nick Cushing there. And a very different thought process compared to what he's used to.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously he said he's brought a younger squad out with him, and I think it's going to be exciting to see those younger players come in and sort of reflect kind of their attacking prowess and skill. But he also mentioned the fact that there's going to be regular substitutions, and obviously that's what the roll-on, roll-off aspect of this tournament will allow, because it can keep that intensity and keep that relentlessness of maintaining attacks, which is going to suit Man City, I think.
And listen, I know everybody's talking about the attacking, right? And we love goals. We love the 1v1s. We love that attacking. But I'm excited for some big defensive plays and defenders stepping up and making those moments, because, got to give defenders some love here just because of who I was. So I think that's going to be really exciting to see these players in that position as well.
But what are the qualities that you need defensively in this format?
Here's the thing. You've got to be able to organize quickly and on the fly, right? So there's going to be movement. You're going to have defenders that might be taking shots, might be up in the attacking third. So you have to be able to balance, and the thing is, everybody has to be playing defense all around the field and recognizing, if a defender does go forward, who's filling in that slot, because again, there's no offside, but you've got to be aware and balanced in your defensive shape.
And communication, I would imagine,
100%,
is
yeah,
massive.
Yeah,
massive. I think the communication is massive. There are moments where you realise that you're underloaded or overloaded because of a play, and recognising, okay, what action do I need to take now? Do I need to close the ball quickly because we're not in shape, or do I need to regroup with my team and find that shape? So the communication's massive. The willingness to be combative in your 1v1 duels, I think is going to be huge too.
Okay, I have a question for you. Because there's no offside, and say a team just places a player, just is like the whole time we're putting somebody touchline or top of the box, just leave them up there high. What are you doing? Are you staying 1v1 with them, or are you letting the keeper pick them up?
No, I'm letting my keeper. I'm going to take a risk with my keeper. I think super keeper, get a little bit higher, deal with that space. And if you've got high pressure on the ball, the player can't face the pitch and play those balls, then it's ineffective anyway. So I think it's about the group staying tight, staying together, staying connected, and obviously communicating the whole time. For sure.
It's like when you're goal hanging, isn't it? When you're playing with your mates and you're goal hanging. There's no offside here.
Yeah, a little cherry picking is going to be happening. I'm excited for it.
Got to ask you about your old side, Rosengard. You were there for a good few years, weren't you, in Sweden? What do you make of the club and this side? Bearing in mind they haven't had the best start to the season. We should mention, by the way, they're only 8 games into their season.
Yeah, I mean, I had a fantastic time at Rosengard, won a lot of things there with really good players. But again, it's a club and a team at the moment that's in transition again. They've lost 8 key players to their team, which probably explains why they've had the sort of start they've had. They won the championship last season, but they've lost Caroline Sager, who's now with us, due to retirement. Olivia Scoot to Inter Milan. They've lost Therese Högren, who was the sport director. So big pieces of that, the cogs of the club are missing. And I think, for them, this is an opportunity to try and maybe find that form of momentum and take it back into their league season as well.
Well, let's hear from
it,
Yeah.
Like, enjoy.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
That is what we're here for. Whether the Rosengard head coach, Carl-Joel Kitzelberg, feels the same way, let's find out.
Well, thank you so much for your time ahead of the first game here at the World Sevens up against Manchester City. I know you're in the middle of your season. How much are you looking forward to taking part in this?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. The girls is really happy to be here and also competing with one of the top players in the world. It's going to be amazing.
Not the conventional rules of football as we know. What is your approach going to be to these games?
I think the first game is going to be hard now because no one knows really how the games is going to develop and how you're going to do with subs and everything. But I think just be switched on and enjoying it and competing. That's I think is the most important.
How did you go about picking your squad for this to bring out here to Estoril?
Yeah, almost the whole squad is here. There's somebody home playing with the B team, but we took in many players because we are in the middle of the season. We had game last week, and we're going to have a game on Saturday when we come home. So,
which players should we be looking out for? Who do you think is going to thrive here at the World Sevens?
I think we have a couple of them. I think that our goalkeeper is going to be one of the top goalkeepers in this tournament, Arthur Cummings, and we have some young ones who is really good, but the Nigerian national team player Hailmate Ayinde is fantastic to look at. So that's.
How are you telling them to adapt their game? What are you telling them to do differently?
It's no outside, so it's not going to be hard to have a formation. It's going to be so spread out, so how can we be compact? And also, with every set pieces, I think it's going to go fast, so be really switched on and really work hard in the games.
Well, here's the opposition if you want to take a closer look. Carl, thank you so much. Good luck. All the best.
Thank you so much.
So that's the Rosengard head coach, and he's highlighting the lack of offside there, the fact it's going to be quick. But what about the quality levels, do you reckon, between Rosengard and Manchester City here?
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2 different styles probably going up against each other. I think he mentioned the goalkeeper, Arthur Cummings, and I think she's going to be vital for Rosenberg. I think she's had a really good season. She's got lots of presence. Is going to have to keep ensuring her team is nice and compact. But again, a very young team, so there's some forward players there that people should keep their eyes out on as well.
Yeah. We just got absolutely drenched, by the way. Just while we were listening, we were hanging on his every word. I have to say, we really were. But we just got drenched during that.
Yeah, we had to do a quick exit out of the sprinkler situation, and I think I almost got concussed leaving the set. So we have that.
I mean, would you say that Manchester City are the clear favourites in this particular match?
I genuinely don't. I can't tell you a favorite, and I know that's probably, you're like, give me something, but I don't know. I don't know what is about to happen, and that's what makes this exciting.
Yeah, I think they will fancy themselves. I think they will see themselves as the favourites going into this. But at the same time, there's a lot of younger faces in this squad who will, who many people might not know much about. Jess Park will be one of those to watch out for, obviously quite well recognised now, but the likes of Lily Murphy is also in the squad. I think is an exciting player if she gets on the pitch. So yeah, it'll be exciting to see.
It'll be exciting. We're getting soaking wet. All our gadgets, our cameras, everything's getting soaking. It is so wet and it is so breezy. It's kind of hot as well. But we got some football for you. It's Manchester City against Rosengard, and it's coming right up.
Listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts.
Are you not entertained?
With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June, live on DAZN.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team!
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Cue the chaos! First blood in the title decider! Would you believe it? Goodness me!
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions!
Live and on demand, only on DAZN.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
Has a goal and scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
She's coming. Welcome back to Estoril, just down the road from Lisbon, where the Women's Champions League final is taking place at the weekend. And they've stopped spraying us with water, which is an absolute result. Kelly was just drying off over there.
Yeah,
just drying off, aren't you?
Get the merch on and put a warmer t-shirt on from the sprinklers.
What do you think then, finally, just before we get this whole tournament underway?
I think it's about the team that starts out the fastest, with intensity, with intention, that will get on top and get us to a flying start with hopefully some goals.
Positivity, is that the key to it, Kelly?
I think it's energy, I think it's confidence, I think it's being electric, and I think that's what we're about to see.
Do you think the fact that they are only 8 games into their season in Sweden could have a bearing in terms of they should be fully up to speed by now, whereas Manchester City coming off a long, hard and frankly disappointing season, if we're honest?
Yeah, I think that might play into it. I mean, again, I think the rolling subs is really what's going to make this interesting, and who executes it the best.
Yeah, I mean, I can't top that, really. I think ultimately it's about the team that wants it the most and is brave.
Okay, thank you guys for now. It is time to get the action underway. Up in the commentary box to kick us off is Flo Pollock and Amelia Pereira.
ones.
And you can see already Keating, the Manchester City goalkeeper, out of her box, forming a part of the build-up for Manchester City.
Yes, the two defenders are wide, but very projected in the offensive mid. So just one player back, creating that equilibrium the team needs.
Caroline driving forward, looking for the cutback. And now Rosengard will try and set Larson away. Good challenge from Gracie Pryor, teenager for City. Still going. Back to Coombs. Goal scorer for Gino. No offside, so into Caroline. As that ball went in, Amelia, I was about to say, oh, surely that's offside, but no offsides here, remember, everybody.
Yes, exactly. Tip of the toe. She waited there like a fraction of a second. Then a good save by Hertha Cummins.
Spread out towards the left. Rosengard just trying to get their feet on the ball. Forward from their captain, up again.
Yeah.
To Larson.
Both teams seem to be on the 2-3-1. That's at least the base, the starting point. But of course, as we mentioned, the fast pace, the dynamic of the pitch. A lot of players need to be very mobile, as we see now, like the pass and the run forward, constant movement off the ball.
Surely that's a free kick. And the referee plays advantage. Jess Park now. She's got Laura Coombs back if she wants her. Goes to the byline and wins the corner.
Yes, Emily sending the ball through corner. And let's see, this is the first one of the game for the Japanese. Fujino.
Taken quickly, Caroline. Back to Park. Park from range, and it's a good stop from Cummings behind, though, for a Manchester City corner.
Yeah, good save by the international, the Scottish international.
And I'm interested to see how the different teams play the corners, because challenge from the Nigerian international just came on, Ayinde. Manchester City fans watching on. Into Lily Murphy, another one of those young players that got minutes, scored in the Champions League for City. Kind of game that really suits a player like her.
Now this through ball didn't get the best destination. Some space here for Oyama.
Another Japanese player that plays for Manchester City. They've got quite the Japanese squad. It's up to Lily Murphy, goes for the flick on. Oh, you could see what she was trying to do. And I tell you what, Amelia, in these opening 11 minutes or so, it's clear that Manchester City have got to grips with this game format a little bit more. They're playing in offside positions, which you can because there are no offsides, and they're making use of the full width and breadth of the pitch.
Completely, yes. So the forward players provide that width. Left and right, we can see that, and they also almost touch. We saw Caroline doing that a lot, almost touching the end line. I think that's important to kind of spread out the opponent. We can see Rosengard hasn't been able to do that. The team doesn't have one player offside, and maybe that's what it needs to kind of stretch the Man City team, because the Man City team is very, we can say, perhaps comfortable defending this way because they just push higher. There's no one in the back, so they're comfortable and they win the ball in advanced areas of their offensive mid.
Euros, of course, this summer, and the international managers will be watching on, hoping that their players remember that there is offside come the Euros, so they can't goal hang. Laura Wienreuter on the pitch will be playing for Austria. Naomi Lezel has come on. She might be off with the Lionesses. She heads it clear. On by Lily Murphy. Lezel then, number 3 for Manchester City in defence. Scored in her Champions League debut this season against Barcelona, who are in the final on Saturday. Barcelona-Arsenal, of course, live on DAZN. Can't wait for that final. I wonder how many of these players in this tournament as well will stay on to watch that.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity since they'll be here in Lisbon. It's the next day.
I'm certainly staying on for that. Got my ticket already. This is better from Rosengard. That's a really nice little move, and the ball in. And out behind for a corner. Let's see what the Swedish side do from this set piece.
Yeah, good work by Anna Sevenius, and will be Hannah Anderson on the corner. Tense, but stay there. Breakthrough.
Blinkiller Brown, she's got Ficino to her right, couldn't quite pick her out. And Sevenius now.
Good effort by Sevenius, and good also the Japanese number 30 Oyama doubling on the effort and didn't let the Swedish win through.
B sprung just over the head of Anderson. Approaching half time then. Manchester City looking pretty good so far. 2 goals to the good. Wienreuter.
Yeah, the pace is different by Man U. We can see the players passing, making the runs, always want to be available for the next ball.
That's good from Wienreuter. And Brinkela Brown was racing down that left-hand side. Wasn't picked out on the ball now. And that is half-time then. A really fast, exciting start here. Oba Fagino giving Manchester City the lead. Caroline Nicolai, the Brazilian for Manchester City, getting the second. Rosengard unable to react. And at half-time here in Estoril, Portugal, it is Manchester City 2, FC Rosengard 0.
Sevens tournament here in Estoril in Portugal. It's fast and furious as we expected, and we'll have analysis from Kelly and Anita when we come back.
Don't know if he's coming back, I'll be honest.
Let's knuckle up! Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor?
Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names. The biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
The UEFA Women's Champions League final.
Barcelona at their glorious best. Mariana Candete! Brutal from Arsenal. How fine will the margins be?
Real-time stats and scores have arrived on your DAZN app. Follow your favorite teams and competitions from over 500 leagues and cups with instant updates so you never miss a big moment. Get even more from your daily destination for sport.
Well, we told you it'd be fast. We told you it'd be furious. Anita Santo's been watching on alongside me here as we're waiting the second half. What did you make of that, Nate?
Yeah, it was a great start from Man City. I think they got their rhythm quite early. They tried to just find their feet, get touches on the ball, create width, and they got two goals, really good goals.
Yeah, neat goals by Aoba Fujino, a player we know, really technical Japanese international.
Yeah, and I think, you know, her introduction into the game is alongside Caroline, who's been really good at footwork in those tight spaces to find and open up the game, especially from that corner for the goal. And Jess Park as well has been really interesting and exciting to watch.
Yeah, really neatly worked second goal from that short corner for Caroline. She is one of those players who's going to thrive in this kind of tournament. We saw her in the United States being MVP for North Carolina Courage. A really exciting player to watch. She'll be loving this.
Oh yeah, I think this is her element. She's in her home, you know. She probably grew up on futsal and small-sided games and short format games most of her childhood, and I imagine now, you know, being able to showcase kind of her skill levels and her technicality, she'll just be wanting to get on the ball as much as possible.
Can you see your former side, Rosengard, getting back into this game, or are City just a cut above them at the moment?
Yeah, I think City have looked more comfortable. They've got slightly more better quality on the ball and in their connections and relationships, but Rosengard have had glimpses and they've made a few changes now, so hopefully these players can have some impact this half.
Okay, let's get the second half back underway with Flo and Amelia.
Second half then, Manchester City 2, Rosengard 0 after the first 15 minutes. Can the Swedish side turn it around? Remember, there are no draws here, so if it's level after this 15 minutes, we will play 5 minutes of five-a-side to see if we can find a golden goal, and then sudden death penalties if we need. And Una Savenius gets us underway then. Such quick, fast football. The finish forward wins the free kick. This is better from Rosengard. Ayinde nearly catching that ball sweetly. Then in comes the effort. That's a great save. Chiara Keating, and it's actually the first real save she's had to make.
That's probably one of the moments of the game. At least defensively, it is. Great save by Chiara Keating.
And they take the corner quickly. Got to be so quick with our replays because it's such a fast-paced game out there. This is nice from Rosengard. They've really come out.
Yeah, I think now that
1v1.
And let's see Caroline racing forward away from the defender.
Look at the pace.
City have a third. And that is a great illustration of why she's so good in these kind of small-sided games. Fantastic from Caroline.
Fantastic. The skill, the pace, and then just putting in the back of the net. 3-0, Man City.
And the Swedish side has started really well as well, but...
Yeah, I think number 18, Ali Matuainde, really did make, here she is. She made a difference when she came on. She wasn't the starter. The team has been, she's been trying to connect passes, get some ground covered, and connecting with, as well with the forwards. But City is defending well. So far showing the footwork, the being able to pass, cover tight spaces.
Virginia, the scorer of the first goal.
Yeah, trying to find that through ball to the Brazilian. Here she is, combination again.
Her and Caroline connect really well together.
It's the technique, the talented players here. Two talented internationals.
Here she is, Caroline. Back to Wienreuter, but Slovenia's followed her all the way. And Caroline getting in a little bit of space, but just leaning back a bit and putting that over on for a hat-trick, though, as things stand.
Very good combination between the three players on the right-hand side. Then the shot wasn't what Caroline intended. Rosengard's trying to play associative game, so short passes from the back.
And that was nearly a very well-worked City goal. Caroline not quite connecting with the ball as she'd have liked. City on top.
Yeah, Hertha is trying to attract, trying to find a line of pass, but the players need to stretch exactly, like too much pace on that ball.
Not exactly like that, but quite like that is what they need to do.
No, because the Rosengard players were basically not exploring the full pitch. And I think when the goalkeeper had the ball in this type of game that there's no offside, they should definitely push and be closer to the opposition net to gain that room, gain more room and be closer.
That's nice from Rosengard, but it's through to Keating, who bowls it out straight away to Park. As well to just keep that in. No, she doesn't. And here comes a quick change then for Rosengard. The quick subs kind of reminds me a bit of ice hockey. I don't know if you've ever watched ice hockey. Really, they don't really play it much here in Portugal, but they have roll-on, roll-off subs there.
Yes.
They also have a rule where you can actually start fighting mid-game, but that's not a rule here, just to be clear. And there's no ice either.
No, but this is great. This elite teams in Europe coming together. Here you can see now Caroline can keep the ball on the pitch.
Scottish goalkeeper with the long ball. Rosengard trying to stretch the pitch, but they're not really getting the flight of the ball right.
Yeah, I don't... Sometimes when Cummings has the ball, they're not exploring the last third. There's no one there, and they should be there. And we can tell already the Scottish goalkeeper can definitely put the ball on the other side. So it's like playing for each other's advantages and strengths.
Laura Coombs can't quite keep that in. A player that won the FA Cup with Chelsea and City.
No,
been at City for quite a while now, 34-year-old. As Lizelle comes away with it, gives it to Adeyinda. Manchester City, definitely the better side after the first 20 minutes. And that's a really nice turn and shot. Crashes off the crossbar. She'll get another opportunity. What a one-handed save that was from Eartha Cummings.
That was incredible.
incredible moment.
Poppy Pritchard it was with the effort. 17 on the back of her shirt for Manchester City.
That was an amazing turn off the ball.
Back with Keating. Player that's had to learn to improve with the ball at her feet. They've got Japanese international Yamashita as well as a goalkeeper. She's not always been the first choice this season, Keating, but starting today and looking pretty solid back there, and also good in terms of the build-up for City too.
Yes, first phase of build-up. She's doing really well. Connecting, composed, on the ball, waiting to get also some pressure to attract the Rosengard team to then play in the back where the space is. Back of the defensive line. Fujino is doing a great match.
Yes, she is looking like a player that is set up for this type of football, isn't she, Fujino?
Yeah, the footwork, the ball close to her feet, especially her left foot.
She's had a good season, good debut season in the WSL. Fujino, it's been a tough old season for Manchester City. They had so many injury issues and actually finished outside the European places, so they won't be playing in the Champions League next season, which is a real blow for them.
Yeah, just 1 point below Man United.
Who are playing next? Up against Roma. They've got a really strong squad that they've brought to this seven-a-side tournament, the World Sevens. They're really going for it. And why not? There's a lot of money on the line.
Yes, absolutely. But Man City defending really well. There's they create overloads where the ball is now 2v2.
And they just don't make the most of that opportunity, Rosengard. As you said, there was 2v2 at one moment, but...
Yeah, because Man City is covering the spaces really well. So usually...
Oh, that's poorly given away, but Keating quickly off her line to smother the ball off Larson.
Pushing higher Man City. That was a great run by Laura Brown.
Rosengard need to get a goal back. They need the next goal, you feel, if they've got any chance of getting anything out of this. Poppy Pritchard now lays it off. Oh, that's wonderful. And City have a fourth. They're running away with this and they're making it look very easy.
Yeah, amazing combination by the three players in the attack. Great pass by Laura Brown, and then the footwork, pushing inside, and then just like a pass to the net. Great goal by Oyama. 4-0.
Manchester City laying down a marker in this first game. And there's going to be so many goals. I'm going to have to write them all down to keep an eye on how many and who scored. A little bit of space for Rosengard, but it's just, again, out of play. They've not quite adapted to the change in pitch size. It is half of a standard pitch. The goal's a little bit smaller.
Yeah, and since there's no offside, they can definitely push higher and explore that space behind the defensive line, the last defensive line of Man City. And there's no one in that area to finish the cross.
Larson. Heavy touch, and it's cleared by Lizelle. Referee content with the challenge. That's nice from Kronkist.
Just trying to do a through ball between the players. Ball for Rosengard. spending more time higher up now, but this can be a transition. 1v1, we know she's quick. We've seen this today already from Caroline.
Seen this story already, Caroline. Flooding back the dark blue shirts of Rosengard, though. Moves the ball so quickly, Caroline. Coombs now.
Second post, completely alone.
This Group 1. So the other teams in this group are Bayern Munich and Ajax, who play later today. And as things stand, Manchester City going top of the table. 1 point you get for a win. There are no draws. And obviously you get nothing for a loss.
It's a good first game. Goal average might be decisive at the end, so it's important that the teams have a lot of offensive production and can score a lot of goals.
That's a good point. If teams are level in terms of picking who goes through to the semi-finals, it's goals scored if you're level on points. So scoring a lot of goals could well buy you a ticket to the semi-final. Final 3 minutes. Laura Wienreuter with the throw-in, gives it straight back to Rosengard. That's good from Conquest. He just blazes it over.
Didn't have too much angle. Tried to take a shot. But a little higher, the defender for Rosengard.
Taken really nicely on the half turn by Blinkiller Brown.
Yeah, but Man City has been very dynamic, exploring the spaces really well, reducing. That's an attacking foul.
And that looked like a painful one, didn't it? Oh! Caught her right at the top of the knee.
Just a split-second delay.
Looked completely accidental, but
yeah.
Still a painful one.
Unintentional, yeah. And now Hannah Anderson.
Forward from Cummings. Nice punch from Keating. City can't set away Caroline. And on comes Jess Park. You can't quite see it always on your TV screen, but both teams constantly changing the players on the pitch, constantly rolling subs on and off. Goes out for a City throw-in. Lizelle, as I mentioned, had a great start to the City campaign, but then had a big ankle injury which took her out for a lot of the season, so great to see her back and looking good. Certainly a player that has got a bright future for City in England.
For sure. I mean, it's not everyone that can say that they have scored against Barcelona, so
no.
With 21 years old, she can say that already.
I was going to say, you could probably maybe count on your hands how many people have scored against Barcelona.
Right.
They should give out medals for that. Arsenal will be hoping some of their players will be able to score against Barcelona this Saturday. Of course, Champions League final on DAZN this Saturday. Rosengard trying to get a goal. First goal in this tournament. They're struggling. Caroline now, City leading by 4-0. Final minute.
Other side, completely alone.
And that's nice. And Laura Coombs couldn't quite bring it into her path, under her control.
I will say that the wind probably had an impact on this ball by Caroline. She was trying to switch the side where Combs was completely alone. Good vision by the Brazilian.
And there is the full-time whistle then. The first game in this World Sevens football competition. And Manchester City breeze to victory. Caroline, the star for City. Fagino got the goal scoring underway. 2 for the Brazilian. Ayama as well for Manchester City. Rosengard couldn't quite react. Full time. Manchester City 4, Rosengard 0. Let's take a look at the group table then. This Group 1. Manchester City go top. Bayern Munich and Ajax playing later today. And we've had some fantastic moments in this first game, Amelia, but what was your moment of the match?
I will say probably the goal by the Japanese. That was a really great goal to kickstart, to open this tournament with, again, elite clubs from Europe on this type of format. Players get to touch the ball way more. There's a lot more goals. I think it's exciting all around, and that was a great moment to open this tournament, as well as the save, I think, by the English goalkeeper for Man City. I think she did a great save there. I think it was 2-0 when that was that first shot, the dangerous shot from Rosengard.
Let's see the moment of the match then, presented by Invisalign. That's the first match then of the World Sevens. Manchester City 4, Rosengard 0. Fantastic start to this tournament.
When? Well, what a first match we have seen here at the World Sevens football in sunny but blowy Estoril. It was a convincing victory for Manchester City in the end against the Swedish giants of Rosengard, the side that Anitra Sante used to play for, and Kelly O'Hara's been watching on, enjoying our first match here. We were talking before the game, Kelly, about we weren't entirely sure what to expect. Bearing in mind it is a brand new format, a brand new tournament, a brand new prize fund of $5 million, we mustn't forget. And what did you make of that first experience, first of all?
Oh, it was so fun. It's interesting. I feel like a lot of the players are still thinking along the lines of 11v11, because you see some of the forwards holding their runs and you have to break that habit, so that's tough to do. But I was saying while watching the game to some of the people I was with, I think that the teams that are able to watch these earlier games can hopefully take and pick out what are the things that they're not doing right or doing well and can apply it to their game. Another thing is, if you're on the field, make sure that your head is on a swivel at all times. Recognize where the keeper is on the pitch, because if you can pick up that ball and go long and take a long shot, go for it.
100%. I agree. I think there were moments where once the players got into their rhythm and flow, they were like, oh, wait, am I zonal? Am I tracking this play all the way in? Who's communicating? Let me know to pass on. So they're getting to grips with the game, but I thought Man City did it better. In the first half, their quality just showed the level of connection, and the relationships on the pitch were there. Rosengard opted for more of a sort of direct style of play, trying to find the space in behind, which wasn't bad, but I think the execution they just couldn't find.
How much, Kelly, do you put that down to the fact that Manchester City have a more talented squad, more expensive squad as well, we have to say, and how much was it down to the tactics?
I think Man City is just a better squad overall. Neitz kind of alluded to it in the pregame, and I think it showed out here. But I have to say, Rosengard's keeper Cummings, incredible game, player of the match for me on Rosengard's side. Really enjoyed watching Park on the Man City side. So again, you get to see these players shine in a different format. But ultimately, yes, Man City was the better team, and we saw that in a 5-0 win.
Kiara Keating, a word for her as well. She's had a little difficult time of it. Very young goalkeeper who came and forced her way into the first team. Then just had to take a back seat for a little while to Yamashita. And what did you make of her today? One big save in there.
Yeah, I think for me, we know of her quality. She always steps up in the big moments. And today she made a fantastic save, even though her team were dominant. But it's about being alert in all moments, because at that point, 2-0, 2-1, different game, and the other team suddenly gets a bit braver and goes forward. So it counts. And I think for her, she's shown so much character to be regularly playing and suddenly not playing and back in the team again.
Yeah, Carolina, player you know very well.
She's right behind you, Jackie.
She's right behind us.
There she is.
Oh, she's about to be interviewed.
I was giving her a little clap as she was walking off the field. Give her a little wink,
Oh my God, I thought you were clapping me. Oh,
I was.
Okay. But I'll tell you what, let's hear from her now. She's about to chat to Alex.
Carolyn, congratulations. Big win for City in your first game. How did you find it?
Thank you so much. I think it was good to play, fun, this weather really good. So I think we're here just to enjoy and also be ready for camps and everything. I think it's a good opportunity, this tournament, to come back and dribbling those things and have fun.
2 goals for you. How did you have to adapt to your game?
I think just more, not too much pressing myself and just enjoy the game and also play together with the girls of the team. And I think when the moment to go 1 against 1, just try and then see what happens.
How much belief is there that Manchester City could win this, and what would it mean for you to inject some positivity into the club?
Well, we have so much positive, but I think it's just the first game. So we're going to also see another teams, how they're going to do, and just enjoy and compete for the money.
Yes, absolutely. Well, you are player of the match, so I've got 2 prizes for you. 1 special awards here. Show it to the camera. And a water bottle. Stay hydrated, because it's rather warm, isn't it?
I need it in Portugal. Thank you so much. It's really warm in here.
And windy.
Yeah, windy is right.
Parabéns.
Obrigada.
Oh, well done to Caroline. I tell you what, I nearly nicked that water bottle because it was sitting on the side right next to me. I thought, absolute perk of the job, surely. Then I saw the player of the match next to it, realised it wasn't for me at all, but we'll try and nick one later. I was just asking you about her, bearing in mind she's a former MVP for North Carolina Courage in the NWSL. I mean, how much of a talent do you think she is? And also, how do you think that kind of talent translates to European football?
Oh, well, I have to say, I think that most players were happy to see Caroline go to England because they didn't have to compete against her anymore, the defenders especially. But I know all the fans, myself included, so sad to see her end up going over to England. But England is lucky to have her. She is an incredible talent. She is so fun to watch. She is, you saw it today. She scored 2 goals. I think this format really suits her, but she also is suited for 11v11. She's just such an amazing player. And again, happy I don't have to play against her anymore. And I'm excited that I get to watch her here.
I think, just listening to her in the interview then, the enjoyment that comes through when she talks about playing in this format is what it's all about. She was able to show her quality in those moments, her dribbling ability, her finishing, especially that second goal, the ingenuity to recognise, that loose ball, pounce on it, carry it from her half into the next half. I think those things are just so good, and she had impact. From the first one, it was for Gino, getting on the end of that, getting inside on their left foot, low, hard strike. Yeah. Keeper had no chance in that instance.
Great accuracy here.
It's a brilliant finish, and it's instinctive to find that space, open up, and go for the shot. And again, it's a bit of interplay in the box, and you see Caroline, she just comes alive. As soon as that ball comes to her feet, she just opens up her hips and is able to guide it with her right foot, and I think that's what she does in those tight spaces. She's always thinking, how can I hurt the opposition? How can I find space?
And listen, this second goal from Caroline is what she used to do in the NWSL all the time. She picks it up at half field and goodbye, see you later. No one's catching her. She's putting this away, no problem, finishing. I can't tell you the number of times I watched film of her doing this in the NWSL, so that was made for her.
But also defenders can watch as many times as they like these clips. You can't always stop it though, can you?
No, you sure can't. And again, they kept going, got their 4th goal.
Yeah, Oyama there, coming in with that finish, I think. Beautiful finish, the way she chops back inside to slow down the defender, give herself the room to open up the shot. Pure quality, and I think there was a number of really good performances within this Man City side.
Yeah, so Manchester City have laid down a marker for this tournament in the first match of this inaugural World Sevens football tournament here in sunny Estoril. Caroline is the first ever player of the match, and when we come back, we're going to get to see Manchester United against Roma.
Listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Live golf on DAZN. He will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas.
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June. Live on DAZN.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
That's a goal. And scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team.
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Cue the chaos. First blood in the title decider. Would you believe it? Goodness me.
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions.
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN.
You're doing Man United.
Yeah,
I'll make it a bit more general.
I can say, like, big fan of Ella Toon, love the way she plays, and then also...
Welcome back to Estoril, where the sun has just dipped behind the clouds and the sprinklers are back out in force, just the way we like it, with the breeze as it is, blowing in our direction. Kelly and Anita have just been diving for cover because we're expecting another onslaught, aren't we? My various technical gadgets are not enjoying this at all. So we've just seen the blue half of Manchester blowing the Swedish side Rosengard away, and now it is up to the red of Roma against Manchester United from the other half of Manchester, and I wonder how they're going to get on next. Nita, Roma, your thoughts on them?
Yeah, I think I'm really excited to see the Italian side play in this format, because I think traditionally Italian sides have been really technical. They like, fast-paced football, really sort of creative type of players. They finished third in their domestic league as well, so I feel like they want to come here and prove a point as well, and try and compete against Man United, who I think have had a really good season domestically.
Okay, well, let's hear from the Roma head coach, Alessandro Spugna. He's with Alex.
Alessandro, grazie per aver parlato con noi. Thank you for speaking to us. Quanto siete felici di essere qui? Just how happy are you to be here?
Siamo molto felici di essere qui perché è un'esperienza nuova per noi e devo fare i complimenti all'organizzazione perché è veramente qualcosa di molto bello.
We're so happy to be here because it's a new experience for us. We want to thank everyone for organising this amazing competition. It's so beautiful here. We're so happy to be here. Cosa vi aspettate delle partite, formato? What are you expecting from the games and this format?
Per noi è una novità, quindi non sappiamo neanche bene cosa andiamo incontro, però sicuramente è molto bello fare partite di questo tipo contro giocatrici così forti e questo per noi è un motivo di grande orgoglio, di grande soddisfazione.
It's a pride for us to be here, an absolute honour for us to be here. We've never played games like this and we're up against some of the very best players in the world. So we're so looking forward to it. Qual è l'approccio migliore? What is the best approach?
L'approccio migliore sarà quello di provare a interpretare la partita nel miglior modo possibile, cercando di giocare bene, di creare spettacolo e di provare anche a vincere la partita.
We just have to try and play as best we can. Look, it's a spectacle here. We're just going to enjoy it and do our very best in these games. Good luck to you. In bocca al lupo.
Grazie, crepi il lupo.
Okay, so that's Alessandro Spugna, very much looking forward to this tournament. I wonder how much of an advantage it is for the head coaches, having had a look at Manchester City blowing away Rosengard in that opening game, just to get their feel for it. The former players here were talking about that before, about how much of an advantage it can be. Mark Skinner probably hasn't had a huge amount of time since the FA Cup final to actually turn this around and think, right, whole new tournament, right, who do I select and how are we going to approach this? But looking at the starting lineup today, he has some experienced players in the likes of Ella Toon, Grace Clinton, a young talent, but on the international stage, players from around Europe as well as the US goalkeeper, Fallon Tullis-Joyce. What do you make of them?
Yeah, Jackie, I think exactly what you said. Man U is putting out a starting 7 that has a lot of experience, club-wise and on the international level, and I think that is going to serve them well in this type of competition. Like you said, Tullis Fallon-Joyce, excited to see her play in this type of format, and I think that Man U will come out on top tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting matchup. I think one of the things I'm interested to see with Roma is they've added more international players into their team, so how that would have changed their style as well.
Yeah, well, let's hear from the Manchester United head coach, Mark Skinner. He's with Alex.
Mark, great to have you with us here in beautiful Estoril for the World Sevens. Day one, you're watching the first game. What have you made of it so far?
It's exciting. It's 4-0 currently, and like, it's playing a little bit like an 11v11. There's the players are trying to keep onside and all the habits that they've created that we've got to undo in this format. But it's exciting. We'll try and add to that when we play next. Playing a fantastic team, so hopefully we can get the win.
You've had one session to prepare for this since the FA Cup final. Just how difficult has that been for you and your players?
Very difficult, as you can't hardly train this format. I mean, even to play 7v7 in training over 30 minutes would be like a massive hit physically. So it's very hard to train, but that probably increases the chaos and what we want from the tournament, which is excitement. So we're looking forward to it. We're going to hit it as hard as we can, playing a fantastic team, as I say. So we'll see what happens.
What is the message to your players going into their first game of this tournament?
Enjoy it and run hard, because you're going to need to.
Very windy as well, isn't it? How will that affect things?
Very windy. I'm hoping it keeps the ball in one way and not the other way. So hopefully we'll see. But look, it will affect a little bit. But it looks like it's playing really quickly on the field. So we've got to take advantage of that with the football skills as well.
Mark, all the best. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Be positive and hit it hard is the message from Mark Skinner. We'll look forward to seeing how Manchester United play out in that regard. Some talented players in the Roma squad as well in the starting lineup, but so too Manchester United. They're about to come out. Final thoughts?
Yeah, I think Veens is one to watch, the Canadian forward, for sure. You know, they've got a lot of international players like Sanad Rosengard as well, another attacking type player. So I think it's a good physical matchup between the two teams.
You're expecting Man United to come out on top?
I do think Man United will come out on top, but I think this is going to be more of a chess match than we saw in the first match.
Okay, well, it's time for our second game then. Let's see whether Manchester United can match Manchester City. It's asking a lot. They won 4-0. Over to Flo and Amelia.
Hello. So one Manchester side has played, one already. Now it's the turn of the red side of Manchester. Here comes Manchester United, Roma, and the Roma players coming out first to line up for the face-off. Harvey, the Norwegian forward, coming out. Cesar, the goalkeeper. And it really is, as Anissa Asante said, a very international Roma side. Evelyn Wiens, Canadian forward, was the top goal scorer last season, also won gold with Canada, the Olympics. Hawa Sissoko, a player that WSL fans will remember from her time at West Ham. No-nonsense defender. As Catherine Kuhl comes out, player that was at Arsenal, didn't quite break through to the Gunners' starting 11, but she's in the starting 7 here for Roma. Both these teams then came third in their domestic leagues as Manchester United's captain Myla Tissier struts out onto the pitch. Tullis Joyce, big grins on all the faces of the United players. They'll be keen to get back playing. Played in the FA Cup on Sunday, that didn't go so well. Lost 3-0 to Chelsea, who scooped up all the domestic trophies on offer in England. As Melvin Mallard comes out, and it's a really strong squad that Mark Skinner has brought out here to Estoril. All those players in this starting 7 are in United starting 11 week in, week out in the Women's Super League. So players with international experience, players that have won Champions Leagues, Melvin Mallard, for example, players that have won the WSL, Dominic Janssen won that with Arsenal. 2 teams with plenty of international experience then, Amelia.
Yes, two teams actually finished third, both of them in their respective leagues. Man United still going to the Champions League next season. They actually both also ended the season with a cup loss for the respective winners of the leagues. But focusing in here, excited for this match. I also think that this will be more of a chess match than the first one that we saw.
There is the starting 11 then for Roma. Cesar, Sissoko and Kuhl, the defenders. Trollsgaard, Wiens, Harvey. Harvey, the captain. Myla Tissier, the Manchester United captain, always an ever-present at the back for United. Also will be going off with the Lionesses, I suspect, for this coming Euros, so she's not a starter. Here's the Manchester United starting 11 then. In goal, Fallon Tullis-Joyce. She's a goalkeeper that tied for the Golden Glove. Letitia, Elatoon, Clinton, Janssen, Mallard and Celine Bizet, Norwegian forward. Of course, unlimited subs, so both sides can call on their bench whenever they so desire. So Group 2 then, getting us underway, Manchester United, Roma. And straight away, United trying to get in behind. Bizet gets there, runs it out of play, but you can see from the get-go
what
United's
they came here
tactics,
to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, right away. Very offensive-minded. That is great for this type of spectacle that we also want to see here.
Cool. Goes back to Trollsgaard.
Yeah, the wingers are providing with goalkeeper also playing from the back, helping on the first build-up phase. More direct.
Yeah, long ball up to Evelyn Wiens. And here is Tullis-Joyce. Yep, tied with Hannah Hampton for the Golden Glove this season in the WSL. A really good goalkeeper. As Mallard gets the shot across. Blocked by Sissoko. First corner of the game goes to United.
Nice footwork by the French international, pushing to her left foot, trying to strike right away. Short corner.
And now Janssen will dink it in. Flick on by Mallard. But this game started really quickly.
Yeah, the teams, especially Menu, trying to get more right away towards the goal.
Different styles of football as well, the two Manchester sides. City very much a possession-based side. United in the WSL particularly, a little more defensive and direct. And I wonder which style will best suit this format. Here is Rosengard into Cool. As I mentioned, was at Arsenal, had a season at Everton. Rosengard also played in the WSL. Quite a few of these Roma players did. As Letitia wins it back, posts it back towards her own goalkeeper though, and that's poor. And Roma can't quite capitalise on that uncharacteristic error from Letitia.
Yeah, there was seemed to be like a split second. There was some space to get a shot on goal, but then very quickly the defenders closing up that gap. Very good, making
I think by this time in the first game we'd already had a goal. So a slower start. We've only played 2 minutes. Forward from Sissoko, trying to get Harvey overway. That's nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's taking advantage of the whole width, the whole space, the length of the pitch. Since there's no offside, it's a smart decision to kind of stretch.
Anita and Kelly mentioned it at half-time. I think some of these players are so used to playing offside that they're still staying in an offside position. You can see Malad on the back of the last defender, but, you know...
Yeah, it's the habit.
You can goal
on the day-to-day.
You can get right in the penalty box and just hang out there waiting for the tap-in. That's what I'd do.
Yeah, now it's trying to stretch really good work by Mallard. Then it couldn't connect that through ball at the end.
Clinton will be off with England in the Euros as England defend their European title. English people like to mention that we are European champions.
Of course.
Hopefully we will still be after this summer. Ella Toon scored in the Euros final against Germany. On the ball now into Clinton.
Yeah, Jensen also knows on the pitch. He also knows what it is to be a European winner. 2017 with Sabrina, of course.
Of course, she is the queen of the Euros.
The Euros.
Sabrina. Every team she manages wins. Maybe she can manage Portugal next, Amelia. That's lovely, Harvey.
Trying to find that space, that gap to aim the net.
Rosengard back to Cesar in goal.
You can see here the one-on-ones, all them marking very tight, very close. Again, this we mentioned at the end, and Ali also mentioned that would be more of a chess game, more tactical, strategic, also intense, and it has been that way.
Pilgrim back to Cesar in goal.
Also curious to see some of the players, some that are also on the bench, very technically developed, let's say, very talented, who will probably be their type of game coming in.
Ella Toon now surging forward, gets the shot off, and it's a fraction wide. Best chance of the game so far, though.
Yes, very good by the international. She went for it close to the post.
Cool, trying to shrug off Toon.
But it's individual markings, not letting the very good ball.
Yeah, are they marking player for player in this match?
Yes, I mean, from what I was able to see, the swipe players are also getting uncomfortable because they have to get rid of the person who's marking them.
I would say in that first game, it wasn't necessarily player for player. It was more about space, but this one looking like the marking is very tight.
Yeah, if you don't lose your marker, it's going to be difficult unless there's like an inspiration moment from a player that can dribble on 1v1 and create advantages.
Corner out to Mannion. Bizet now. United have used some of their subs, rolling them in and on. Up looking for Turlen. She heads it back across goal. Elizabeth Turlen, top goal scorer for United this season in the Women's Super League.
Roma here with some variability coming out of the back. Sometimes trying to play short and connecting, but then kind of the wingers kind of sprinting and getting that direct ball, then trying to play direct in the last third.
And Elizabeth Turlen's got her wits about her. She was lingering in an offside position there, but remember, no offsides in this competition, so...
A lot of space on the left.
Use that space and the effort in. And Kira Barry, a really good one.
Yeah, she was alone. Opened the body. And then a one-time shot. Good save, corner, and some subs coming on. Number 10, captain, Manuela Giuliano. That's one of the players I'm curious to see in this type of... Here she is, number 10.
And a foul from Sissoko on Ella Toon. She was, however, Sissoko, at one point the most red-carded player in the English Women's Super League. Fouling Ella Toon.
Definitely a very experienced player. Coming off now, already won the Euro.
Simia Wujo coming on as United come forward now. Can't break. Yeah. Into Gabby George. Lots of blue shirts in the box behind for a corner.
But well done, Menu, now letting the transition to happen, and then very quick to get to almost to the end line, and the cross, if it would gone through, 2 players in the second post to finish.
George into Awujo. Roma will try and break
some
Giuliano.
space.
And that's nice, coming forward and out for a corner. And I wonder if, because the goals are slightly smaller in this tournament, I wonder if we'll see fewer corners, because I think it'd be quite hard to score a header in a goal that is quite a bit smaller. Tullis Joyce can cover that ground quite quickly. She's a tall player.
Yeah, I think here players are trying to play more on the ground as well. We don't see many crosses because there's not that much space for the cross to...
Sissoko. Now that's blazed over to the top by Gioni.
Yeah.
Tullis Joyce goes long.
I think she saved number 10, Manuela. Ballsed it in. This variation of the flank, well done. Benedetta with the ball. Now this through ball doesn't happen, and now the break.
Awujo. Really good from Rosengard, experienced.
Yeah, good defending. And then again, trying that direct ball. There's not that much room to put the ball behind the last defensive line of Manchester United.
Mallard into Awujo and behind again for a corner. Both teams, but particularly Manchester United, really making use of the subs, changing people constantly. Although I wonder if that's upsetting the flow a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes that does happen, breaking a little bit of the flow, but players coming off the bench also have a lot more energy. They want to kind of participate and help the team.
Tullis Joyce well out of her penalty area to get this. Long ball up, and Turlen will try and get their foul on Cesar. Goalkeeper's always going to get a free kick in that type of situation.
Yeah, Camelia Cesar, usually the starter for this team, the Romanian international. Trying to stretch, but we've been seeing this in the first game as well. I think when the keeper and the players start to get used to when these balls, the more direct balls are going, passing the line, not put that much power, not much pace into these types of balls, long balls.
Long ball from Tullis Joyce all the way through to the other goalkeeper. Both teams.
More direct, both teams kind of playing a more direct game at this time.
And I think these two teams are getting used to the dimensions a little bit. They're taking a little longer to understand that. Mallard gifts it to Sissoko. Gives it straight back though, and Grace Clinton with the effort. And Bizet finishes. United in front. How is Sissoko messing around with it at the back, really? And United happy to take the gift.
That's exactly right. Sissoko's trying to explain now to her teammates what she was trying to do there. But we know that that's the red zone. No dribbling in that area, especially in this types of dimension of the pitch.
Norwegian forward then, Celine Bizet, signed in the summer from Tottenham Hotspur. A lot of assists for her this season in the WSL. But on the score sheet here, as Mallard tries to bring it down, Clinton's in the box.
Very strong physically, doing really well, the number 51, Rosengard, on the one-on-one with Mallard. Need to be on point, very physical.
Long ball up to Valentina Giacinti. Can't quite get that under control. Back with it now, Giacinti. 3 times top goal scorer in the Italian division for various teams, as Mallard breaks away, and United have an advantage here. Into Ella Toon. Saved by the foot of Cesar.
Great save. That was the first time that Mallard got rid of her marker. Great job.
And United back underway straight away, and Ella Toon into the bottom corner. Manchester United have a second from the quick corner. And it's Manchester United who lead by 2 goals to 0.
Very good goal by Ella Toon. The international doing what she did so many times this season in the WSL.
She's a real fan favourite for United players, as, wow, Roma have a goal back.
That has to be also one of the moments. That is one of the girls that I was expecting to see on this type of pitch, and she did not disappoint. Amazing goal by Manuela Giuliano. Left foot, top corner, great goal.
And that's the thing about this type of format, it can change so quickly. United had that goal through Ella Toon, and suddenly Giuliano's through and fires it top bins.
Yes, it was an important goal just before the half as well, to give the team more momentum, the Roma team.
Good save by Tullis Joyce.
Good save, indeed. Mia Ponte trying a shot from a distance, being pressured 2v1.
It's nice from Clinton. And she
getting out of that zone with pressure. Well done, Grace Clinton.
That's a good ball up to Tooney, and she can't quite head it in. As you said, Giuliano made a real difference, and that's a wonderful through ball, but Tullis Joyce will clear.
Yeah, didn't want to risk it, the goalkeeper. Well done. But that's the type of ball that I'm saying. Not with so much power, but the pace. So when it hits the pitch, kind of bounces.
And there is the half-time whistle then. Took a little bit longer to get going this game, but we have had goals. Giuliano with a fantastic one, but United with 2, Ella Toon with the second one. Half-time, Roma 1, Manchester United 2.
On our hands here in Estoril in the second match. The first one, a bit of a walkover for Manchester City against Rosengard, but Roma have come to play against Manchester United, and they are still very much in this game. We'll react and reflect on that first half when we come back.
Let's knuckle up! Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor?
Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars.
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
The UEFA Women's Champions League final.
Barcelona at their glorious best. Mariana Candente! Brutal from us. How fine will the margins be?
Real-time stats and scores have arrived on your DAZN app. Follow your favorite teams and competitions from over 500 leagues and cups with instant updates so you never miss a big moment. Get even more from your daily destination for sport.
Half-time in Estoril, where Manchester United currently leading Roma by 2-1. It looked as though United were going to have it their own way, but Roma have come back into the game. And Anita and Kelly, back having watched that first half, what do you make of it?
I really enjoyed that first half. You said it was chess, and I think it was. Man United 2-1 on top, but that vital goal from Roma gives them a chance.
Oh yeah, the goal from Roma coming off of the kickoff, straight away to goal, top bins, beautiful, beautiful goal. Okay, so this is Man U's first goal. Gorgeous. Pick it up right in front. You bobble it. That's going to get put away.
A proper poacher's goal. But you got to be alive in those instances. And Bizet was the one to react quickest. And it's a good finish. He's got to put them away. So that got Man United off to that flying start and a bit more of that kind of composure now. Then to breathe in the game and find their rhythm. And then they go again, 2-0 off the short corner. And just watch this from Toon. That is a delicious finish. Just cutting on the inside and just bending it into that far corner. I think, any forward would be delighted with a finish like that. And
Gorgeous
Man United,
goal.
therefore, with 2-0 up. But watch this again.
Hey, it's Roma off of the kickoff right away. Manuela picks it up in the middle and puts it top bins. I mean, gorgeous strike by her. I think a little dink off of that, a little chip, if you will. Fallon Tullis-Joyce, no chance of getting that, and it's 2-1 heading into the second half.
Yeah.
Quality finish. Are you expecting Roma to come back and level and send us to our first ever extra time? Possibly penalties, sudden death it is, of course.
I hope so. You could just feel the intensity grow. And actually their whole bench, their staff were coaching in the game. They were like, come on.
What's so fun about the setup here is you have the bench on one side, but then players and support staff can be on the other side and they're cheering.
Okay, well, let's see what happens in the second half. Back to Flo and Amelia.
Thank you, Jackie. So Roma to get us back underway then. And it's Valentina Giacinti, over 80 caps she's got for Italy. Roma get us back underway then, Giuliano, who scored in the first half. As Roma knock it out of play, throw in for United. Will United try and defend their lead, or will they just go for it?
I mean, it's 2-1 is a very tight score, and we know this. With this pitch dimension, anything can happen within a minute.
Into Turland, can't latch onto it.
But I think Man U will probably want to, maintain the lead.
I think 2-1's a tighter lead in this type of game as Giacinti goes for goal. Good parry by Tullis-Joyce. Roma still coming forward, and again,
that was a tight angle.
Fantastic save.
Tight angle, great save.
And that, Amelia, is what we see week in, week out in the WSL. Fallon Tullis-Joyce is making a case to Emma Hayes that she should be USA goalkeeper.
Oh, amazing. She's just one cap for the US, but she's certainly, the height. It's not very common to see women in goal, so that's already an advantage. And of course, she had an amazing season.
For a United throw-in by the Nigerian defender, another international. Roma need to get back into this. Reminder, there are no draws in this competition. No draws, no offside. Just winners. United winning by 2-1.
And I think Roma's really trying to push on the second half to that equalizer.
Cesar rolls it out to Rosengard.
4 players on the offensive midfield. And 2 in the back, really trying to push forward. 3v3.
Picked up by Giuliano, who shoots, and wow, again! Manuela Giuliano gets Roma level. She's been Roma's top goal scorer in all competitions this season. And we are seeing today just how good she is. That's another fantastic finish.
Amazing execution, the bending. She scored one with the left foot on the top corner, and now this one, bending the ball close to the second post. Very good goal.
She's made a real difference this coming on.
Yeah, she didn't start. She wasn't in the starting 7, but then she came on and was really having an impact.
Grace Clinton coming forward. And it's hard for us as well as broadcasters to get used to it. The starting 7 doesn't really mean anything, does it? Because we've got rolling subs, so you can come off after about 10 seconds. Got to keep an eye on those subs on the side of the pitch, always changing. Rosengard, 2-2 now. It is level. Remember, we will go to 5 minutes of either side, extra time if it's level at the end of the 30. Turland, taking in a path. And it's Grace Clinton who gives it back to Giacinti, who just fouls. Oh, in fact, it's Grace Clinton that the foul's against.
There's still a lot of time, but this is a very even game, we can say, as the result shows. Let's see if this might be the first one going to extra time. There's still time for both teams.
Bizet scored the first goal in this game, finds Melvin Mallard. 1-2 doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, that was a great combination.
Reminder, this is Group 2. The other teams in this group are Paris Saint-Germain and Benfica, who are playing in the final game this evening. Breaks for Clinton into Ella Toon. Does manage to win the throw-in even. Oh, lovely flick on from Mallard, and Grace Clinton sits down the goalkeeper, and what about that? Manchester United back in front, and that is a simply stunning goal. And
What
the kind
a
of
finish.
goal as well that we want to see at this kind of tournament.
What a finish. Great chip over the goalkeeper, Caesar. 3-2 Man United.
Really enjoyed that. Grace Clinton, she's a young player.
Yeah, but she is midfield, but she has that finishing ability. A very good relationship with the goal, if we may say. But we can't forget the pass as well. You mentioned the assist from Mala. Very good assist.
I like that expression, Emilio. Good relationship with the goal. I had a terrible relationship with the goal.
That's what we say in Portuguese, you know. In my mind, these things
No, it's a nice
make
phrase.
more sense.
I had a terrible relationship with the goal, hence why I never made the throw. Veens, Canadian forward, lays it into Harvey. The Norwegian international Giuliano's there, leaves it. And Tallis Joyce with the really excellent stop. Playing a key role, Fallon Tallis Joyce, in keeping United in front. Harvey. That's good from Bizet to cut that out just in time. Wonderful pass out to Ella Toon in the sunshine. Narsland is in space. Mallard's level, and oh, for a moment I thought that went in, but it's side netting corner.
Very good, the pass from the back. Variation of the flank.
Beans.
That'd be a great idea.
Letitia up to Melvin Mallard. Can she get a shot away? Cesar claims it.
But a good turn and shot with her left.
Elatoon waits for support, left and right into Norseland. Blocked by Sissoko. Can't quite keep it in. Eight minutes of the 30 remaining. 1 point for a win. United will be going top of the group if they win here. Flicked on by Veens. Giuliano will bring it down. She's a small player, but a big talent, Manuela Giuliano.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it's Alaya Pilgrim, who just came on. The international for Switzerland. Just had this foul.
Who will be hosting the Euros, of course, Switzerland this summer, as England defend their title. Did I mention England are reigning champions? Cesar collects.
Definitely one of the big contenders, besides Spain, as always.
Of course. Did draw with Portugal, though, in the Nations League recently, England. We have a Portuguese team in this World Sevens competition. Benfica in this group are playing PSG later today.
Yeah, that'll be quite interesting to see as well. After last season's campaign in the Champions League for Benfica, they got to the quarterfinals of the Champions League last year.
They are the biggest side in Portugal.
And almost beat Barcelona here in Lisbon, 4-3 in the group stage. Last second, Barcelona tied 4-4.
Barcelona in action on Saturday in the Champions League final, of course, up against Arsenal, live here on DAZN, as Turlan picks it up for United. Goes from range, hasn't quite got her eye, and yet United's top goal scorer this season in the Women's Super League.
But she did a great work with her back to the opposition goal, waiting for that support.
Giuliano
definitely changed the offensive, the attacking production.
Her two goals.
Yeah, and the team is spending way more time on their offensive mid, creating more. Also trying to create overloads, advantages. And of course with their technique, she can make the difference.
Clinton might be able to break, but bobbles off her. That Grace Clinton goal to give United the lead was fantastic. Bizet now.
Bizet already has one goal.
Collected by Janssen, Dutch international. Signed in the summer after a few seasons with Wolfsburg. Big powerhouse of German football. They're not in this competition. Bayern Munich are, though. They'll be playing next. Aoife Mannion.
Nice menu under pressure. Being able to play out of the back.
United controlling the tempo. Simia Wujo. Good strong hand from Cesar.
Great save and great shot by the Canadian international as well.
5 minutes remaining then. Roma in need of a goal. Clinton dinks it into.
Nice chip.
Turlan, who can't finish. And that is very uncharacteristic of Elizabeth Turland.
But the play in combination between those three players, playing to each other's strengths, but then opportunity to do the 4-2.
Mannion. United in control of the ball and in control of this opening game as things stand. Mallard. Myla Tissier. This is nice from United. Wonderful touch from Mallard. Clinton's in the box, but so 4 Roma players.
Yeah, now covered. The covers came to help, but Mallard had quite some space and time.
Letitia. Bizet.
She was looking for that through ball.
Awujo finds Mallard. 1-2. Letitia can't finish. Wants the corner. Not going to get it.
Now the through ball came. It was very good between the defenders, isolating the Canadian.
Is there another goal in this?
There's certainly still time.
Veens flicks it on. In comes the volley and it's just wide.
So close to the 3-3. 2 minutes and a half to go.
Good connection. It's about a yard wide.
Pressuring high now, Roma. More direct football.
Really good duel there between Mallard and Sissoko. Toon trying to create space for the shot. Good slide-in challenge.
Yeah, well done, Oladipo.
Awujo. Bizet. United playing nice free-flowing football.
Yeah, passing and moving. That's what you need to do in these types of short side. And then be a solution to your teammates. Amazing save. Mallard looking for that goal.
Manchester United pushing for a 4th. Here comes the corner then. A lot of teams going for the short corner. United do now. Toon into Awujo. That's nice. Ella Toon. Will she go for the curling effort? She does. Doesn't quite get the whip on it.
Yeah, not enough the bending. Just off the post.
She's been trying to flick it on Odelipo. Forward for Roma. One back by Ella Toon and then wins the free kick. Final minute. Roma running out of time.
Yeah, but it's important that Menu keeps the ball during what's left of the game. Keep the composure, tempo.
Letitia back to Bizet.
Nice back heel there by Mallard, keeping the ball.
Says, Roma need to get this ball forward, and they do. Giuliano, she got another special moment in her. Veens can't find a teammate.
Trying to change the flank towards the left, but too much pace, too much power, and not that much time left for Roma to be able to equalize.
A look at the watch from the referee. Got the whistle poised in her mouth. And there it is, checkmate, Manchester United. A game with some really good goals. Grace Clinton's maybe the pick of the bunch, but 2 from Manuela Giuliano, keeping Roma in the tie, but full-time score in this second match. Manchester United have beaten the Italian side. Fallon Tullis-Joyce, a key player in terms of keeping United in front, made some excellent saves in that game. Full-time Roma 2, Manchester United 3. And Amelia, your moment of the match from that game?
I picked Manuela's Giuliano. It could have also been the third game, but Manuela's Giuliano equalizer. That was a great goal. So the bending, the where she placed the ball, very intentional. So yeah, even though Roma lost, here, let's say an award for Giuliano for the 2 goals.
So here is that moment of the match then, presented by Invisalign.
So Manchester United getting their first win in their first game of this first ever World Sevens football tournament here in Estoril in the south of Portugal, where the sun has been shining, but that was a competitive fixture, very much so for Manchester United, having just edged past Roma in the end. But Manuela Giuliano doing her very best, a one-woman show to try and drag Roma back into the game, but Grace Clinton with the winner. How do you reflect on that, Kelly?
Ooh, I loved that game. That was great. I love that AS Roma came back, got it even. Manuela Giuliano, just incredible goals. The second one almost as beautiful as the first, but obviously Man United was able to get that win and get them 3 points.
I mean, for me, I was like, there's so many good moments in that game of quality, a bit of magic, a bit of ingenuity, and then, you know, Grace Clinton getting that third goal to seal the win. But it suited Manuela Giuliano so much, and Jacinta, their tight touches, their finishing ability, and it really, both goalkeepers, Cesar and Fallon Torres-Joyce, pulled off some amazing saves.
What do you reckon that the two sets of players will have learned from playing in that game?
Sorry, say that again?
What do you think they will have learned, bearing in mind it's their first Sevens match?
You know what I think is interesting? I want to see teams come out and have take a couple more risks, you know? I think that we're still seeing it as people, or the teams lining up as they're playing 11s, but put somebody on the touchline, leave somebody up at the 18-yard box, like send everybody forward. I want to see teams kind of break out of that shell and out of that expectation of how they're going to play and take some risks. But look at, like, these seeds are so good. Like, this is they're all behind us. Oh my gosh, the energy's great here.
Energy's brilliant.
I guess the players don't get to spend that much time with each other, do they? The opposition players. So it is a real festival of football, and the Manchester United players just filing past us now with huge smiles, most of them at least, having just squeaked past Roma in that opening match. And you wonder whether the tactics will be a little different for the second round of matches. You just wonder whether, does it start to get more serious as the dollar signs start to really appear in each other's eyes? Anita, what do you reckon?
Oh, for sure. I feel like they were a little bit tentative, you know, the early matches, because they're just feeling it out. They're trying to get a rhythm and understand the game. But hopefully we'll see more players standing offside, being more unorthodox and breaking shape and being braver, as Kelly said.
Yeah, the players just filing past now, having very much enjoyed that first game for them. But let's have a look at the highlights now. We've got 5 goals to show you, which is a joy. And it was Manchester United, first of all, who managed to get on the score sheet. This is the first goal. Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it?
It does. It comes from Bizet.
Celine Bizet.
When Bizet gets it here, it's just a reaction. The goalkeeper, Cesar, makes a save, parries it, and she's the first one alive to just off the back of that shot to react and put it in the back of the net, and that got Man United off to that flying start, and you just felt that they gained a little bit of confidence and momentum from that goal. And then going into the second one.
They came off of a short corner. A lot of teams are playing short corners in this format, but Ella Toon does a little give and go, gets it inside the box, takes a touch out to her right, and slots it home. A little curve on that goal, and I mean, what are you going to do there? There's nothing you can do.
No, I mean, it's such a beautiful finish, but look at this from Giuliano. A bit of skill, a bit of tact. It's a bullet.
It's incredible. I love the response here, because this was straight off of a kickoff after Toon had just scored. So for AS Roma to come back, put them back in the game at 2-1, incredible. And then right after we got into the second half, Manuela did it again from range, which is an incredible shot. Just perfect accuracy here. She looks up, she realizes she has an opening, and she puts it, just slots it into the pocket, right on the side. Torres-Joyce had no chance getting that one either.
And here, Grace Clinton, just, the sort of ingenuity, the composure, just to dink it over the goalkeeper as she goes to ground. and it's just such a beautiful finesse finish. And I think we've seen all different types of goals. We've seen goals from range, we've seen a bit of quality and finesse in that goal. It was a real joy to watch that fixture.
Yeah, the goalkeeper, Camelia Cesar, wasn't too happy with that, though. Made her look like a right plonker, didn't she? What's a plonker in American?
Listen, she looked better than I would have, so I'll give her that,
yeah.
you know?
Oh, yeah, that is. But any of us, that is for sure. We give the credit very much there to Grace Clinton, the young player who's coming into this and having a whale of a time. Just like the players are still enjoying themselves around us and catching up with each other before they need to get their heads around the next game. But who really stood out for you in terms of player of the match, would you say?
I think that Manuela on the AS Roma side, I mean, again, 2 goals, gorgeous goals. Beautiful. Oh, like, I want to just keep replaying those. And then on Man United side, I think Clinton, when she came on, she had energy. She obviously got them the go-ahead goal for the win. So, but again, I think Man United, it was a team win for them.
Yeah, Grace Clinton was the player who got the winning goal. Let's hear from her now. She's with Alex.
Win. Is it live or pre-rec? Grace, congratulations. A hard-fought win there. How pleased can you be with that performance, and how did you find it?
Yeah, very pleased. I think we all had fun out there, which I think is the main thing. Yeah, fun.
Your goal was decisive. You scored the winner. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it bobbled through somehow, chaotic as always, and then I just seen the keeper and small goals, so I thought I'd better faking it and then trying to score.
I was speaking to the manager, your manager, before the game, and he said he wanted chaos. Is that what he said to all of you? Is that the best way to approach this format?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he wanted chaos, but I think he knew that's what we were going to get. So it was just sort of trying to enjoy the chaos, and as long as you enjoy yourselves, I think that was the main thing for us.
How would you compare this to normal football as such? How does it compare?
Very different. Less tactics, more run. Just run. You can't really judge where the ball's going to go. It's just it is chaotic, and you just got to try and be skillful and stuff. Yeah.
We can hear the music blasting out behind us, the DJ over there, the sun is shining. How much are you enjoying being here and taking part?
Yeah, I'm loving it. I actually want to get Celine on the DJ decks, that'll be quite fun. Yeah, it's really enjoyable.
Yeah, we look forward to that. Well, congratulations, because you are player of the match. So I've got 2 prizes for you here to take home with you, an award there and a bottle to keep hydrated.
Thank you. I need that, actually. Thank you.
Well done today.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, well done to Grace Clinton, player of the match for our second game. Well, the wind's picked up again. I'll tell you what, we've got a corner flag around here that is blowy as anything, my goodness. But Grace Clinton, a player from an English point of view, Anita, as you're a former England international, you'll be really excited to see for the future. But how high is her ceiling?
Oh, I mean, for me, Grace has everything, you know. In terms of her creativity on the ball, her attacking prowess, her ability to try and link other players into the game but score goals. The journey she's been on, I've been able to work with her at Bristol City in the Championship. She's had some loan spells, went on to Tottenham, had an exceptional season, and to deliver at Man United in the position she has, I think, you know, the growth that she has, I've seen over this short period of time, shows that she can go so far in her career, and she's going to be a massive important feature for England this summer.
So do you see her as a starting player for England, potentially?
Absolutely, I don't see why not. I think it's about players who are informed, players who are confident and brave and having impact. That's what it's all about in the game of football. And when it comes to tournaments, nothing matters more than having players who are full of confidence and they're just hungry. They want to play. They want to take other players' shirts off them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's have a look at the table as a result of that game, with Manchester United just having squeaked past the Italians Roma by 3-2. Puts them on maximum points after the first game, with Paris Saint-Germain against Benfica, the other 2 teams in that group. So still very tight with a long way to go. Thank you to Kelly O'Hara and to Anita Asante for now. And when we come back, we're going to look ahead to Bayern Munich against Ajax.
Listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts. With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June, live on DAZN.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go.
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
Has a goal and scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team.
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Through the chaos. First blood in the title decider. Would you believe it? Goodness me.
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions.
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can, on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
Welcome back to Estoril. We have played a couple of games. We've seen both halves of Manchester. Both halves have been successful in different ways. And now we're going to move on to Bayern Munich against Ajax in just a few moments' time. But first, we've got to introduce our own rolling substitutes here because we've still got Anita Asante, but we have another living legend. Rolled off is Kelly O'Hara. Rolling in is the mighty Caroline Seger, Sweden international. Nobody's got more caps in Europe than you, 240, just to really embarrass her, sorry. But come on, it's true. And you're also part of the Players' Council for this tournament. But first of all, tell us what you've been doing since retiring.
First of all, I have to correct you because I do not have the most caps anymore. Someone else broke it. It was fast, very fast after I broke it. So, unfortunately, but thank you.
But you were.
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything about it, but I'm an honest person. So exactly. But thank you. Well, I'm retired. I'm doing this. I'm living life without being in the box of being a soccer player. So I'm very happy to be here and finding out what everything this can bring to women's football.
Yeah, so we heard from Anita earlier, who's explaining about your Zoom calls, all you former players, explaining what you wanted from this tournament, from the games. The sprinkler's coming on. What you don't want from this tournament is another sprinkler coming in our direction. But anyway, just tell us what have you made of it so far, and those things that you mentioned that you wanted for this tournament, have you seen them so far?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm so proud and I'm so happy to be a part of this. It's such a cool thing. I wish I could play. I think Anita also wants to play, but it's just such an amazing experience, both for the players and everyone, fans around, and bringing a different level to the women's game. And I think there's going to be stuff that we have to fix, obviously, after getting feedback. like this, for example.
Like
this
sprinkler.
This is not great. But overall, I think it's cool. It's intense. A lot of stuff happens during the game, and it's during 30 minutes, so you can't really get bored.
What more could you want than being sprayed with cold water while live on television? This is what you get. This is what you get. Excuse our cameras having to pull away, but we are getting absolutely drenched here. Nita, Bayern Munich against Ajax. What can we expect from game number 3?
Well, you know, German champions, a team that has also won the cup in the domestic league, full of confidence, lots of experienced players, a lot of exciting players we've played with and against, the likes of Pernilla Harder, for example. But, you know, they're a team, typical German teams, I think, are very hard to play against. They're really aggressive, they're really physical as well, so I think we can expect that from them.
Okay, that's what they've been doing under Alexander Strauss. Let's hear from him now. He's the head coach of Bayern Munich, and he's with Alex.
Alex, it's been a great season for Bayern Munich, won the double for the first time in the club's history. Now a new challenge for you, the World Sevens. How are you feeling going into this tournament?
No, we are excited. It's something new, it's something different for what we do normally. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it. It's going to be exciting.
It's certainly not normal football. From what you've been watching so far, you've been watching on, what are you expecting from these games, and are your players ready for it?
I hope so, I hope so. No, we never know until we step onto the field. But no, I think it's exciting games. There's a lot of goals. It's a lot of skills you see here on. It is a shorter pitch, so more more actions in the decisive spaces on the pitch. It's exciting.
Which players do you think will thrive in this format? Who should we watch out for? Who should the opposition watch out for?
Oh, that's a lot. No, Linda Dahlman, I think for us it's good in these circumstances here, and I think Pernilla Harder is always a good one. No, so there are many, but those two I think will make a difference, yeah.
And this your last competition as head coach, so how important for you to go out on a high?
No, it's always important to go out on a high. So we have had 3 great years in Bayern, and now I go to some big challenges somewhere else and some big exciting and new things. So we want to wrap up in a good way.
Yeah, a big challenge for you here first.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant. Well, good luck, all the best. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Alex Strauss is heading off to the United States, to the NWSL after this tournament. He's been snapped up by Angel City after winning the German league, the Frauen Bundesliga, for 3 years in a row. A hat-trick of titles in his 3 years there, as he was quite modest to not point out just then. But he's got some talented players on display today. And that German international, Caroline Simon, that people know about, and Pernilla Harder as well. I think we're both excited to see from the start today.
Very excited to see them both. Obviously, we know Pernilla Harder from the WSL at her time at Chelsea. I've always been a great admirer of Pernilla. Really difficult opponent. I've played against her a number of times. Good in tight areas, good at facing up and taking on players. And I think she'll offer a lot of that today.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I've been watching Pernilla since I was a kid, I almost said, but...
Not quite. She wasn't born, was she?
No, but she was, like, back in the days even. Her abilities were great, and I feel she just keeps on getting better and better. So it's going to be cool to see her in this format and see what she can do, because we all know how good she is.
Also going to be exciting to see Lily Johannes, USA international, her family having moved from the United States to the Netherlands when she was just 10. 17 years of age, 4 caps and a goal for the United States. What kind of player do you think she is in terms of this format?
I think she's a sort of player that just breeds confidence. She oozes it on the pitch. She loves to get on the ball. She wants to make things happen, and she brings that level of excitement. So I hope she's able to display that today, you know, on the pitch, because at 17, what she's achieving already is really incredible.
Okay, much excitement for this game, the 3rd out of 4 from this afternoon. Let's hand up to our commentary box now with Amelia and Flo.
2 games down, 2 games to go. We now have Ajax up against Bayern. Out come the Dutch side Ajax to face off Regina van Eyck, the goalkeeper. Really solid, young Dutch goalkeeper. As Lily Johannes trots out, she's the only player in this Ajax side that isn't Dutch, actually. She represents the United States. Emma Hayes making sure to call Johannes up, so she'll be in the US side. Could have played for the Netherlands as well, but looks like she'll be a USA international and potentially a future star. And for this third game, sorry, we've got a new co-coms, former England goalkeeper Rachel Brown-Finnis. What have you made of the first 2 games, Rachel?
Oh, I've loved it, Flo. You know, your role as a goalkeeper is different. You've got a smaller goal, smaller pitch. You can react more quickly. There's such a fizz and a buzz, no time to sort of stand still. Everyone wants to get on the ball. It's been really exciting.
And here comes Bayern Munich then. They lost just once in the league this season as they won the Frauen Bundesliga. They are some side, Bayern Munich. There comes the Bayern Munich players then. Whole host of international players. And these two sides actually met in last season's Champions League in the group of death. As Pernilla Harder comes out, she's their star. Top goal scorer this season for Bayern, 23 goals in all competitions. Lena Oberdorf watching on, she's injured, the German midfielder. So we've had 2 wins so far for both Manchester sides. Now it's Ajax Bayern. Remember, there can be no draws. We play 2 15-minute halves, and if it's level after that, we have 5 minutes of 5-a-side. And then if still level, we will have sudden death. And ahead of this, Rachel, who do you think are favourites?
Bayern Munich are absolutely stacked. But you look at Ajax, they've got such a young team with lots of skill, lots of youth internationals. But when I talk about, we've not got Bayern Munich coming up.
Here are the 2 captains. Our referee team. I wonder if it matters what end you're at. It is pretty windy here. Could make a slight difference. Also the sun shining in the goalkeeper's eyes in one part of the goal. Here's the Bayern lineup then. Mamutovic in goal, Sembrant, Vigastottir, Simon, Zigotti, Dalman and Pernilla Harder. That's the starting 7. Remember, rolling subs, unlimited, so there's 7 players on the bench that can come on at any point. Ajax Bayern then the second game in this group, Group 1. Manchester City top of the group as things stand after that emphatic win against Rosengard in the first game. We're very familiar with Pernilla Harder from the WSL, her time at Chelsea. She was prolific in the way Van Eyck has. Ajax get us underway. Lily Johannes it is. Cardinal. Into Johannes, takes it brilliantly on the half turn. We saw different styles in the first 2 games. City very possession-based, much more direct in the second game. How will it play out this time?
I think there's a bit of an advantage of having watched the opening game, certainly, having watched the second game for the teams in the 3rd and 4th. And that, as you said, moving the ball quickly is the key, because tight areas you close down very quickly.
So exciting to see Lily Johannes. She's still a young player. She's only 17 years old with the throw in there. Will be a key player on the pitch today and for the US as well.
great talent, showed really tight control in that midfield as well, spinning from defence to forward play.
Ball moving brilliantly across the well-sprinkled turf.
Just see the role of the goalkeeper there, Flo, as well. Ball playing out the back, no pressure on the ball, but then finding that long ball, not a hopeful one, but a pinpoint pass.
Time for a goal kick. How do you think you'd have fared, Rachel?
Well, I generally just like to save goals and was not, you know, it was that transition of being a ball-playing goalkeeper, so it's certainly something I would have had to work on. It's some...
As it's given away, and Lily Johannes can't quite squeeze it in past the Munich goalkeeper. Nearly a mistake, though. Not great playing out from the back, like you were just saying about yourself, Rachel.
Under no pressure, she played out brilliantly. Under pressure, we've seen exactly maybe what her frailties are in goal.
Ajax players watching on. Remember, unlimited subs. Roll on, roll off. As Issa Cardinal is under pressure. Pokes it back to Van Eyck, who goes long, and it's now Johannes. This is nice from Ajax. And this is really good, and it's a deflection. And in, Ajax in front, and it's Lotta Kuikalaya who forced that. Might be an own goal, but all about that cut back, that chop onto her left.
Yeah, lovely chop there. You can see how it just sells the defender. And yes, it does get a big deflection. I think it was possibly going wide. But we've seen so far in these opening games, there's going to be plenty more goals.
Pernilla Harder now. She's a player that can get goals steaming forward. And it's well saved by Van Eyck. Johannes flicks it on.
What I've noticed about the goalkeepers, with the smaller goals, they take a more advanced position. Not much chance them going to get lobbed in a much shorter dimension. Crossbar is only 2 meters high, so easy for the goalkeeper to cover it.
Johannes picks it up. Wants to run at her player, wants to squeeze the shot in, this time go for the far post rather than the near post. Good save from Mamutovic.
Yeah, that amount of yards she came down the line, made that goal small, but still made a save with her foot. Excellent technical K-save there.
As I mentioned, Ajax got the better of Bayern Munich when they met in a group of death in the Champions League a couple of seasons ago. And they're on top here, leading by a goal to nil. Only a slither of the pitch now, still in the sun here in Portugal. Ball cut out just in time. Again, Munich try and get Pernilla Harder away. Out comes Van Eyck. Good proactive goalkeeping.
It's hard to get used to. I was watching Pernilla Harder's run. She was hanging on the shoulder of the defender. She didn't want to get in advance. There are no offsides in this. She can bomb on. She can get behind the defender. When they start to analyse it tonight, the teams, that's what they'll be looking. Trying to change that mindset. It's been on ground for so many years.
Up to Damjanovic. Yeah, I'm surprised we've not seen too many players just goal hanging.
I totally would, Flo. I would just goal hang. Carolyn did it in the first game. And then soon, second half, defenders put 2 on, 1 tight on Carolyn and 1 to kind of cover that big gap that she was leaving by staying so high.
Taniqua with the ball in. Magda Eriksson has just come on the pitch. We know all about Magda Eriksson. Had such a successful time at Chelsea. Won 11 trophies with Chelsea.
Yeah, what a leader she was, and what a leader she was to lose for Chelsea. But Chelsea move forward.
Damjanovic with the throw. Looking for Taniqua. Good defending from Ajax. Subs on the side trying to get involved, make their voices heard. Up to Johannes, who won't be able to keep that in.
I love the pace that this game's played at.
Yeah, you can't look away for a second because a goal might go in.
No, it's almost impossible to keep tabs on exactly who's on the pitch at any one time as well.
Good defending from Cardinal. Damjanovic gets the goal for Bayern, gets it level, but that is a catastrophic error from Van Eyck, who took her eye off the ball for a little moment and was punished.
It was a nasty bit of spin. You see how it deflects off of Bayern Munich player, spins back towards a goal, but absolutely just takes her eye off it, gets caught on her heels. But she'll know there's plenty of time to get back into this game. Just wanted to liven up the crowd.
1-1 then. Damjanovic is awarded with the goal. Probably the easiest goal she's ever scored. And she's doing the chasing down now.
Yeah, there should be no excuse for not doing that, putting players under pressure, smaller areas of the pitch to do that doggy work in, to press the defenders in possession. Exactly what Bayern Munich have just done and won themselves possession up the pitch.
Taniqua, really good footwork, and she laid it back. And Bayern Munich couldn't find the finish. Zagotti at the back post.
Oh, and one as fortuitous has gone into the back of the net. Fortuitous really for Ajax that one stayed out. Zagotti should have buried that. It was a lovely bit of play. It came from that pressing of the front line from Bayern Munich. Really caused Ajax problems.
Midway through this first half then, score finally poised, this game finally poised.
Yeah, you can't really pace yourself in this game. You know, there's that many substitutes. We can see 6 substitutes on the side for Bayern Munich, all got their bibs kind of at half-mast ready to go on. Spoke to someone from Bayern Munich. They intend on making lots and frequent subs to make sure that the intensity is always maintained really, really high.
Because in a way, although it's a smaller pitch, it's actually more hard work. It's more running. It's constant.
Yeah, but it's for shorter periods of time because you've got roll and roll off subs, so there's no reason for that intensity to ever drop.
Free kick taken too quickly for the liking of the referee. Kagman playing short. Player that had a couple of seasons in the WSL with Brighton. Both these teams a little more tentative, and that's a nice long throw into Van der Velde.
Well, since Johannes went off, Ajax just don't seem to have that pace of thought in midfield.
Vanilla harder now. Good tracking back, though, by Kuikalaya. No George Stanway, of course, for Bayern Munich. He's out injured. England fans hoping she'll be back for the Euros. Goal scorer, Kuikalaya. Into Van der Velde.
Need to use the width there. Ajax getting too narrow. It's really congested. Yes, you want to be in the centre to have a good shot at goal, but try and stretch it out, find those little pockets of space.
And Bayern Munich pressing the goalkeeper now after that mistake. That's a good half turn, but Vanilla harder tracking back. Zagotti. And harder, and can Munich find the finish? No, they can't. Behind for a goal kick.
Good last bit of last-ditch defending there from Ajax. They were 2v1 by Munich at one point when Pernilla Harder was running through with the ball. Should have made it count. And it's been rectified. It was a corner. VAR must have come in.
I was going to say, I thought I called that right, and I did. In comes the corner, swung in, and it's bobbling around in the box, and there is the finish. Munich back in front. Really nice goal from Vigestottir.
Well, it's a nice little layoff. Oh, yeah, and she just really pulls the trigger. Look, behind, great shot there, great angle from the camera. Just sees that little window outside of the defender.
And I think, Rachel, that's the best corner we've seen so far. Just smack it in low and hard and just hope that it pinballs in.
Well, there's no point in trying to chip it up, is there? Because, you know, you've got a low goal, headers, it's going to be just end up bobbling around in the box. It's got to be short, sharp fireballs in, and that's all over the pitch. So,
oh, that's poor, Damjanovic. And there you have it. That little chip. It's not really going to work in this kind of format.
No, incisive football. I mean, I've watched futsal, and it's all about the ball on the ground. You know, it's a weighted ball for that reason, to keep it on the ground.
In fact, the Ajax manager said, oh, it's a really good header back. Free kick. The Ajax manager actually said that he has spoken to futsal coaches and hockey coaches ahead of this to discuss the kind of the difference.
Yeah, the hockey coaches for the roll-on, roll-off concept, you know, which is alien to our version of football.
As Damjanovic goes from range, and did that kiss the crossbar? I think it might have.
I think it just did the upside of it, the top side of it, but it was never troubling the goalkeeper. I'm not even sure that that was a shot, to be honest. It sort of bobbled up just before she kicked it.
And so far, Van Eyck, the Dutch goalkeeper, looking like she's struggling to get used to the format a little bit more than perhaps the other goalkeepers we've seen so far.
She made the error, and other than that, I think she's played out from the back pretty well. Goalkeepers don't like being under pressure, and you know, it's a small, contained environment. It's really going to put them under a big test.
Well, Cardinal made that run in, and they didn't pick her out, Ajax. They, as you said, it's about pace of thought quite a lot of this game, isn't it? When the player makes the run, go straight away.
Absolutely, and for anyone who's played five-a-side football, it's exactly the same. Those runs are made, and they're made really as dynamic as possible. So the pace of thought, the pace of pass, it's all got to be top-notch.
Here come Ajax. Lily Johannes. Plays the 1-2 with Cardinal. Will she shoot there? No. Back with Johannes. Trying to create space for the shot, and was always leaning back as she struck it. Munich win it back.
Good pressure from Johannes there. She's been player of the match so far. Ajax certainly missed her when she hasn't been on the pitch. Back on the pitch, you can see straight away what she brings.
Dalman just trying to chip it forward. Up to Damjanovic, plays it off to Dalman. That's a really good cutback. She needs a player to be running into that space, crashing the box. And now can Johannes get in behind? No. The Bayern Munich goalkeeper's there to sweep up.
Yeah, no risk from Amutovic there. So we got a team of throw-in as well. I wouldn't ever want the tempo to be dropped in a game like this, because it is fast and furious. Time for teams to reset, it makes it easier.
And Damjanovic throwing the ball away. We're going to get a yellow card. We're going to get our first yellow card of the game. And the referee just making sure she's aware that not to time waste. It's all been very clean so far, no yellows. Van Eyck.
Pretty big competition coming up in just a few weeks for a lot of these players.
Yeah, no one going in with any horrible slide-in challenges quite yet. Johannes steps on the ball, and Dalman will nick it off her. That's good from Dalman, tries to poke it forward. And there is the half-time whistle then. So fast and furious again. Kuikalaya got Ajax in front. Damjanovic then got a goal back for Bayern Munich after a mistake from Van Eyck in goal. And then a lovely corner move finished off by Vigers-Dottir. And at half-time, it's Ajax 1, Bayern Munich 2.
So after our opening match, which was a relatively comfortable one for Manchester City, the other sides have not had it all their own way. The champions of Germany, Bayern Munich, having to come from behind to lead Ajax 2-1. Analysis of that first half to come when we come back.
starting another speak now? Yes.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
Let's knuckle up! Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor?
Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
The UEFA Women's Champions League final.
Barcelona at their glorious best. Mariana Candente! Brutal from us. How fine will the margins be?
Real-time stats and scores have arrived on your DAZN app. Follow your favorite teams and competitions from over 500 leagues and cups with instant updates so you never miss a big moment. Get even more from your daily destination for sport.
Okay, so Bayern Munich, the champions of Germany 3 times in a row, but they have had to work pretty hard in this first half to come from behind against Ajax, a famous club from the Netherlands. And we have a couple of legends of the game with us still. Anita Asante's not gone anywhere. She's been here all day. You'll be really digging in today. And Caroline Sager, absolute legend of the World Game, who's joining us for this 3rd game so far. What have you made of what you've seen?
I mean, a quite tight game, I would say. 2 good teams playing, and I feel like it's really hard to play this format because you have to stay with your man, and if you lose that marking, the transition is crucial. But I feel it's a tight game, and so far Bayern has been a little better than Ajax.
A little sharper. What's your take, Nick?
Yeah, I think that Ajax came out firing, quite early on, got the early goal from Kukala, and it was a wonderful finish. The way she chops inside, sells the defender, and just unleashes the strike top corner. It was a fantastic goal, and then they got into a bit of rhythm. But Bayern didn't panic at all. They found their way into the game, and then you see here they get that goal back with Damjanovic, just from a bit of fortuitous. It was a bit fortuitous, an error from the goalkeeper, but it got them back in the game. And at that point, at 1-1, you felt that they started to get a bit more of their momentum and dominance in the game. And then here from a player we know very well, Glodis Perla Vigersdottir, a defender by trade,
but she scores a lot.
She scores a lot of goals for a defender. But you see here, she doesn't hesitate. Her first thought is, I got the goal in sight. Can I just get the ball out my feet and take the shot on? And it was a great finish.
Okay, it is tight. Just the 1 goal in it. We could be heading to extra time, possibly penalties, sudden death of both. Back to Amelia and Flo.
Then second half, then we have to get back underway. Penela Harder over the ball. Munich have a narrow lead. And here we go then, second period, another 15 minutes as Taniqua goes for goal straight away, and that wasn't a bad effort.
We saw a couple of long-range efforts, didn't we, in the Manchester United game?
She had a season at Rosengard, Taniqua. Scored 16 goals for them. They're in the same group, so she will play against her former side tomorrow. Rosengard losing earlier to Manchester City. Ajax trailing by 2-1 then. Watched out of play The move breaks down. Here comes Bayern Munich. You thought for a moment there, Rachel, she was going to pull the trigger.
She just got it all wrong, didn't she, Zadrazil? Thought about it, thought about playing it through, should have played it through earlier, and then absolutely fluffs the shot. Had time, no, had space. That early warning shot from taking the centre kick, ran straight through. Shot on goal. He advanced himself with a wind advantage in this second half, Bayern Munich.
Bayern Munich with the throw in, Zagotti. Taniqua. Harder. This is good from Bayern Munich. Zipping the ball around. And the low ball across! Wonderful finish. Bayern Munich have a third. And it's Tuve Hansen. And they're over to celebrate with the injured players. Whole Bayern Munich squad here.
It's a great goal, isn't it? And we talked about this, didn't we? How to be effective in this type of format. And it's zipping the ball, one touch on the ground, one touch finish. Over she goes to celebrate in the sunshine with her Norwegian friends and her teammates. Absolutely excellent goal. Textbook for this format.
Gone a bit early with the shirt off celebration in the first group game, isn't it?
You're enjoying yourself. You're here in the sunshine in Portugal. It's the end of the season.
Ajax with work to do. Kukala. Good work from her, but straight out Mamutovic.
She did really well just to get herself that yard of space. Drags over the top of it.
That was struck well. Harder. Hansen in the sunshine, back to the goalkeeper. Bayern Munich look comfortable as Hansen storms forward.
Just like in five-side short version of the game, you bomb forward, it's really easy for a player to recognise that and just sit in. And that's what Bayern Munich did really well there with Hansen shooting down that left-hand side. And we did get a yellow card.
We have had the first yellow card of the game, and it is for Hansen for taking her shirt off.
Oh, boo.
Don't worry, Rachel, as long as you get suspended after 3 yellow cards, so I think she'll be okay for now. Unless she gets a second one this game and sent off, but let's hope we don't see that. Cardinal. Johannes lingering in an offside position, but we have no offsides, remember, so if anything, it's a great position to...
He's stretching the pitch, use the dimensions of the smaller pitch that they do have.
Throw-in goes the way of the German champions. Lots of changes going on. Always as 2 Bayern Munich players come on, Harder off, Hansen off. Damjanovic.
Nice.
Really nice play.
Oh, yeah.
And finished off by Linda Dahlmann. Bayern Munich enjoying themselves.
That's excellent play, wasn't it? Very simple in the build-up, just tidy touches, a lovely over there in the box. And Damjanovic, who's just come on, slides it through to Dahlmann. We talk about how stacked this Bayern Munich team is with experienced international players. They figured it out. It's taken them a half to figure out how they need to play, but this second half they've come out and played really simple but effective football.
That's really good. Quick football again. And blocked just in time. Corner.
Again, Zadrazil stretching the pitch. She was pretty much 5 yards from the byline and the ball was played. No offsides, we keep reiterating. It just creates those gaps in between.
10 minutes remaining. Taniqua. Throwing, looking for Damjanovic. Wins it back to number 9 into Taniqua. Really good feet, but that's too well. They come away with it. Wonderful switch. This is nice from Ajax, but key moment given away, and Damjanovic down, put a hand to the face there, looked accidental, but still caught her. All a little scrappy. Up to Damjanovic, who's got space. Zadrazil in the middle, she can pick her out. Ajax do just enough, and that's going to be a penalty. And we have our first penalty of the game, Rachel.
Oh, it's also very exciting on this inaugural tournament, on this first day. Our first yellow card and our first penalty. And just got her feet all wrong, didn't she, Van der Veen? See there, just ends up nearly sitting on the board. Can't see the run, the player coming across. Zadrazil just nicks it, plays the player rather than the ball. Good anticipation from Zadrazil to be able to force her into that error. We're going to have our first penalty save of the tournament. That's what I'm thinking as a goalkeeper.
Jovana Damjanovic from the spot. Oh, it is a save. It's a fantastic save. Wow.
She's having a good game now. She's having a good game now.
Made up for that earlier error.
Exactly, yeah. Certainly will have been thinking about that. Not the way she will have wanted to start the tournament. What a sensational save. Strikes with huge force. Just that little bit of lift off the ground gives the goalkeeper the chance. You put that hard and low. But whereas it's normally an advantage to the striker, you expect them to score, maybe, in these smaller goals.
Tenikua can't quite flick that in for Bayern Munich. Right, playing with fire at the back there. Get away with it, though.
I wouldn't be fancying that. No, not had extra time yet, have we, either?
We have not had extra time. It doesn't look like we're going to be heading to extra time in this game. It would have to be level after 30 minutes. Foreign looking for Pernilla Harder, can't quite.
Pernilla Harder's at her best, isn't she, when she's running, when she's got yards to run into. And in this format, she's going to have to be a little bit tidy with it, not rely on her excellent pace.
Free kick, Ajax. And yeah, as you say, Rachel, there are some players that their talents actually might be suited to a bigger game. And Ines Pernilla Harder one of them, although wouldn't want to call her off just yet. Ajax. Back to the goalkeeper who just made that fantastic penalty save, Regina van Eyck. Trots forward. And that's nice. The ball around the corner is a good one. Ooh. Out for a corner.
Still good attention to detail with the defending from Bayern Munich. It'll be interesting to see if set plays start, and especially set plays in this format, because I think they can be really key.
The ball in out by Harder. Nice from Ajax, all intricate play. Oh, and that's a nice little trick. Can Ajax make the most of this pressure they've got?
Van Egmond and Norman have been excellent since they've come on. Van Egmond with tricky feet there, lovely little turns, oohs and ahs from the crowd. That's what we want to see.
No free kick. Bayern Munich furious, and in fact, they've persuaded the referee with their protests. Free kick Bayern Munich.
Yeah, a bit of peer pressure there from the sideline, wasn't it? I was quite happy with that as a coming together with Dahlmann. I think when Bayern Munich went 1-0 down, the sort of concept of it being a friendly and fun went out the window.
Yes, this game has a little more bite to it than the previous ones.
Listen, you're an international player. You're playing as a professional footballer. There ain't no friendlies. No friendlies float.
No friendlies, and a lot of money on the line as well in this tournament. Dahlmann. Muscled off the ball by a number of Ajax players. Won it again now, but no funny options in front of her. And that's a sliding challenge for the ages from Cardinal. Ajax coming forward. They've not given up on this, Ajax. Lily Johannes.
Oh.
Ajax are playing some really nice, intricate football, but struggling to create many chances, really. I can't remember too many saves from Marmutovic.
Well, the football nous, you know, once Bayern Munich have got into the stride of this game, figured out what it takes to be successful in it, then that experience has shown.
Cardinal. Kukala couldn't quite get the shot off, and now Dahlmann will race forward. Damjanovic into the penalty box, and the cross just a little wayward.
Yeah, the only sort of balls to run onto, the ones from the keeper or from deep. You don't want to be playing a ball like that and having to run into the corner. There was another option on to the edge of the box, just needed cutting back a little 5-yard quality set in a first-time strike. You see the intensity there with the players coming off, hands on knees.
Magdalena Eriksson, Sweden captain. It's in for Bayern Munich today, and that's a bit of a poor pass, and Lily Johannes has a goal back for Ajax. Eriksson puts her hand up in the air to her goalkeeper, acknowledging the part she played in that.
Yeah, it was. It was a really poor back pass, not enough pace on it. Goalkeeper does as much as she can to be able to challenge Johannes and make it difficult for her, but both fully committed. It could have gone anywhere, but Johannes once again making a difference. Been excellent technically, but she's also got the work rate.
Perhaps time still for Ajax in this game. Up to Tiniqua. She's down, and is that free kick right on the edge of the box?
It is, yeah, no penalty, right on the edge of the box. She certainly earned that one, Tiniqua. Not quite sure how much. See here, there's clearly contact, but she's clever in earning that free kick. Who's going to be over this? What a choice.
Surely you've
of
got
personnel.
to shoot from here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Is it Eriksson with the longest run-up ever?
Might be Caroline Simon, or...
Yeah, looks like
it is. And she's taken a couple of steps back with real purpose there, hasn't she? Simon there, and whoa! Thought for a moment that was arrowing top corner, but it's...
I was thinking it's not 10 yards. There can't be much of the goal to shoot at. The goalkeeper's backing herself to cover that right-hand part of her goal.
She kind of slices it actually, doesn't she, in the
Yeah.
end? Had to go for goal, though. Harder can't flick it on. Cardinal will try and carry it out. Johannes now. Good tracking back from Harder. Magdalena Eriksson in the tiny little bit of sun left on the pitch. Still nice and warm here, though, in Estoril, Portugal. Sun never sets here in Portugal, does it? Unlike England. Ajax coming forward, and Marmutovic just got enough on that. A bit of an awkward save.
It just kind of, it went through her hands, actually, didn't it?
Not what you want as a goalkeeper, is it?
Well, they've made the substitution. It's Velman in goal, but in the sunshine, maybe that was a factor. It's the power. There's such close proximity, the shots.
Anna's ball in, and I wonder as well if managers will use the substitutions as a chance to bring on a player to make a late run. And the players on the pitch won't be able to see that run coming, because bam, they'll be coming off from the bench as Tiniqua drives into the penalty area, and oh, side netting. Off an Ajax player, though, so it will be a corner.
Well, going on to those, the slickness of those substitutes, you can certainly use it to your advantage. We see it in lots of different sports. But being the first time for football, a bit getting used to.
That's nice, Harder. Ball across. Oh, and nearly our first headed goal, Rachel.
it would have quashed all of those series of keeping the ball on the floor, wouldn't it? Lovely bit of skill though between those three players.
Johannes at the heart of everything good that Ajax have done. Taniqua, half they didn't make the run. She saw it was already beyond her reach. And there is the full-time whistle then. Bayern Munich with the win. Ajax scored first, but the reigning German champions, once they got in the swing of things and in the mood, they scored some really, really good goals. Full-time, Ajax 2, Bayern Munich 4. And Rachel, your moment of the match.
Well, Tuva Hansen got that beautiful goal, and then it's a celebration. I think it epitomises what we've got here in the World Sevens football tournament. Excitement, smiles, and celebration.
And there is the table then. Bayern Munich and Manchester City on a point each. And let's have a look at the moment of the match then, presented by Invisalign.
As they were just celebrating over with their fans. Here it is. It's a nice bit of build-up. Zigiotti, Taniqua, slid across. We've just been saying on the floor is where it needs to be, and Tuva Hansen goes over to injured players. Brandy Chastain, Chloe Kelly moment. Take your pick out of those two iconic celebrations and blows a kiss to the referee in acknowledgement of that yellow card. Well done, Bayern Munich. Well done, Tuva Hansen.
Good win for Bayern Munich then against Ajax in that second group game of Group 1.
Well done to Bayern Munich, turning the screw in the end. Congratulations. Congratulations. You can come over. You can come over, you can high-five us, you can come and join us. Well done, Jovana Damjanovic, part of the winning Bayern Munich team. Just give us your thoughts on that game. And first of all, what it was like to play in this sevens match.
It's a bit weird, but it was fun. I mean, we just did it once on Monday in the training, so we realized it's completely different than when we were playing like 11 against 11. But it's a fun game, and I think it's really exciting to play those type of games because everything can happen, and many more goals are like in a game.
What did your coach Alex Strauss say to you players in the build-up? Because you only had that one training session. What were his messages to you about how to play seven-a-side?
He just said to us that we should do everything what we practiced in the last 3 years and to have fun, and I think that's what we exactly did today. So yeah, we're just doing actually what we're always doing.
What's the atmosphere amongst the players coming into this? Because there is a lot of money at stake, as well as it being a brand new format, a tournament you'd love to win. How do the players approach this?
I mean, between us, to be honest, they ask us if we want to play, and every player can decide if they want to play or not. So as you can see, we also have a lot of players on the tribune that decide that they don't want to play. For me personally, it was clear from the beginning on that I want to play because I think it's fun, and I would rather play here and have fun than do some stupid runs.
So there are players in the stands who have maybe chosen. Yeah, well, they're going to be watching you maybe winning this tournament and earning a lot of money, so good luck to them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You can't leave because
I cannot leave.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
From me to you. What is this? Just hold it proudly because you're player of the match.
Wow.
So you
My
should,
first one.
and keep this.
Okay.
I know you will use that forever.
Thank you.
Not bad, not bad. Player of the match given by a living legend. Not bad, both of them. Thank you so much. Well done. Damjanovic, the player of the match there in that game with Bayern Munich, convincing winners over Ajax in the end. But did you think Ajax really competed strongly in that game? What was the highlights from their performance for you?
I would say so. They gave it their best. You saw also Bayern Munich, they changed the entire what do you call it? Yeah, the entire team. So they also came in with a lot of energy, and that makes a lot of difference for, you know, playing, coming in with
Well, they got off to a quick start, didn't they, with Kukula and the goal, you know, was a wonderful finish, and then obviously the deflection of that shot, you know, took it into the net, but it all stirred from her, just chopping inside, selling the defender and giving herself the chance to hit the back of the net, really. But ultimately, I think Bayern were just too strong for them in the end, and
for sure.
You know, this was a fortuitous mistake from the goalkeeper. Here, as the ball deflects, you just see that really wicked spin that brings it back towards the goal. And then again here, Glodis Perla finds herself in the box, gets a shot off, low and hard. Keeper can't do anything about that to make the save, with all the bodies in front of her as well, and no pressure on the ball. And at that point, you know, Bayern were ahead 2-1, and you just felt their dominance. As Sega mentioned earlier, they switched the whole team. They utilised the rotations, and that's what we talked about with this format, about how can you keep the intensity and those levels going. See, that's some team celebration as well. Here again, you know, they find the back of the net with Dalman, I believe.
It's Tuva Hansen.
Sorry, who made that really fun celebration at the end of it. And then the final one. Here, you know, just can't get pressure in.
Yeah, and there's no offside in this game, so it's a good position from Dalman. Normally, this is not a goal.
Right, exactly.
But it's also the experience of Bayern Munich. You see that throughout the game. Like, Ajax starts good, but then Bayern takes over, and at the end, you see the experience of this team, and they use that, and
I think Bayern were the ones to adjust to this format the quickest. They adapted, they utilised the rotations really well with the roll-on subs, and they were able to maintain that intensity. And, you know, just a poor error here from Magda Eriksson. She would say so herself. It's a short back pass, it happens. You know, the goalkeeper can't do anything about that situation, but Lily Johannes, I thought, was lively for Ajax, and I was really impressed with lots of moments from her too.
Yeah, Lily Johannes there scoring with a tackle. Cast your mind back, Anita, back to 2007, the Women's World Cup in China. Do you remember Jill Scott scored with a tackle against Argentina from about 25 yards or something? It just stuck in my mind for some reason, going back a little way. But just hearing from Jovana Damjanovic there, talking about fun. When we came into this tournament, we thought, this is going to be fun, and the players really enjoy themselves and come with the most positive attitude. Do you think that's really going to help the winning team come through here? Enjoyment.
I mean, I think first and foremost, that's exactly what we want from this tournament, that the players are happy and excited, because we talked about it, that we want them to have great memories from this tournament. And obviously, if they can enjoy it and play good football, that's going to help them to be successful. At the end of the day, if they're happy, you play better. So, but Bayern Munich is for sure one of the contenders that could win this tournament.
Yeah, especially with the right attitude. It's unique tournament, isn't it? There are so many different vibes compared to league football and cup football and Champions League football, of course, and the fans here to enjoy themselves, and the players are keen to just get amongst the fans and speak to their mates, their old teammates as well, and just really enjoy themselves.
You can feel that. They seem really relaxed, you know, even walking out to the kickoff. Yeah. You saw them, like, you know, all these different types of walkouts, and they were clapping hands and they were dancing and running onto the pitch and celebrating each other. And that's what it's about. Football is about enjoyment. It's about entertaining the fans as well. And we want every player to leave with that feeling of, I want to come back again. I want to play in this competition. And as players growing up, you know, we enjoyed playing small-sided games and short formats because that's what it's about, freedom of expression.
Yeah, well, I think it's time
well
we had...
said.
Yeah, well said, Anita. Say that after everything you say, in fairness. But we're looking forward to another game of football next. And when we come back, we're going to look ahead to our next match, which is PSG from France against Benfica from just down the road over there.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
That's a goal. And scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June. Live on DAZN. DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team.
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Cue the chaos. First blood in the title decider. Would you believe it? Goodness me.
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions.
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can, on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
Hey, listen up.
Let's have it.
We know you've always got your eye on the prize, the championship belt. And why wouldn't you? You're a finely tuned, well-oiled boxing watching machine, capable of consuming over 185 fights on DAZN every year.
We've gone big, we've gone global.
Churning through combinations, comebacks, and non-stop knockouts.
Are you not entertained?
With big fights every week, you're the best in the world. So go on, get that belt, champ. DAZN, undisputed.
Welcome back to Estoril, where Pernilla Harder is one of the many Bayern Munich players who've been engaging with the supporters here, Magda Eriksson as well, amongst others. It's got a little bit chilly here as the sun's starting to go down, but we're not shivering too much because it's not chilly compared to where we're from, that is for sure. We're definitely not complaining. Continuing the theme of rolling substitutions, massive legend of the women's game, Caroline Seger, has rolled off, and rolling into vision now, Laura Georges, France legend, former Federation member as well. Laura, great to see you. You're also on the Players' Council along with Anita, who's still here putting in quite the shift today. And tell us what else you've been up to since leaving the French Federation.
So yeah, I've been still lucky to be around football. First to be advisors for the program. I'm lucky to join Anita and the other girls like supporting the program. So it's not just about football, it's also supporting non-profit organization, making a difference in the community. So we are in Portugal, so we've been supporting 3 non-profit organizations, so it's been great. And tomorrow we have an event with kids, more than 100 youth, 13 girls playing with us, and we will also have a discussion. I'm also doing conferences. I'm a speaker, so I go to university and share my experience as a player, so as an ex-executive. And so I'm still a pundit in French TV, commenting the national team, and supporting the game, the women's game, and still doing and playing games for caritative games.
Yeah. And what have you made of the tournament so far today?
Really interesting to see teams like to be challenged in the way they play, the tactics that they use, or they adapt to this new game. Or do they play together? Are they playing long balls, short balls? Or they communicate? It's really interesting to see how they adapt.
Okay, and what do you reckon we can expect from this last game, Nita? Because we have seen 3/4 of the teams, and we've just got Paris Saint-Germain and Benfica still to come.
Well, the wind is picking up, so that might impact it. And I think, hopefully we'll see, again, a lot of the energy we've seen in the previous games. Dynamism. PSG have got really athletic, dynamic type of attacking players. And I think Benfica, I imagine, Portuguese style as well, really technical, good in tight areas. And I think it's going to be an interesting matchup.
What do you make of this Paris Saint-Germain side?
I just figured out that 2 important players are not playing. Sakina, Kashawi and Brasgueiro are not playing.
Yeah.
So I think there's a tactic from the coach who is like putting some players on the side and say, okay, we're starting with Benfica. Let's put the young players, let them warm up in the tournament, and you guys observe, and then when it's going to be tougher, you get in. But it's interesting because the coach is Brazilian, and I talked to him yesterday and told me this type of game has to be played like futsal. So there's a way to play. You have the positioning, don't touch too much the ball. So it's going to be interesting, the tactic he's going to use.
What do you think of the tactics so far, Anita? Do you think they've really made the most, for example, of the fact there is no offside?
No, I think they can exploit that more, for sure. But I think that some teams have adapted quicker. We saw that with Bayern once they got into rhythm and flow, how to utilise those passes and exploit space in behind. And it'll be interesting to see with those tactics that Laura's talked about, how they will employ kind of futsal techniques into this next game.
Do you think it's going to be a comfortable victory for Paris Saint-Germain, or do you think Benfica will really give them a game here?
I think I won't say it's a comfortable because we're respecting Benfica. I don't know how Benfica will be playing, but I think we will have some domination from Paris Saint-Germain, and I think we can expect PSG to be really aggressive because this type of game is like you dictate the game. You have to go after the ball and not people dictate how you should be playing.
Do you reckon these players, Anita, are just filing in behind us now amidst the wind? My goodness, we're going to have to get jackets, aren't we, for this last game? Woo! Temperature's really dropped, by the way. They were expecting to come and play in the sunshine, but it is really quite breezy here now. Do you think they will have watched carefully the other games? Do you think they'll have looked out for the tactics that have been deployed to try and really turn that to their advantage?
Yeah, I think there'll definitely be players on both teams that are students of the game, and they'll be watching and analysing how they can exploit space, how they can utilise, obviously, the no offside rules, how they can think about how to attack in 1v1 situations, lose pairs, create space for their teammates, and to be clinical. You want to win the ball higher up the pitch if you can as well, because then you've got a better chance to go at the opposition defence and hopefully get more goals.
Who do you think are going to be the key players in this match in particular? Bearing in mind, it's very much a squad game with rolling substitutions. Whoever starts might not be on for very long.
It's hard to say. I don't really know the players from Benfica, but we have technical players from PSG. I'm looking at Lorena Pfizer. If she starts, she's a technical player. She's fast with her feet. It's going to be interesting to see her in the midfield if she starts.
Yeah, just to recap for people who maybe have been joining us throughout the day, that the rules are very different. Obviously, it's 7-a-side, that's the first one. Rolling substitutions, we mentioned, Anita, the fact that there's no offside, but the fact that we're still waiting for potential sudden death extra time, which means first goal wins it, and then it goes to 5-a-side because they have to take 2 players off, and then sudden death penalty shootout as well. That's kind of an exciting aspect of this. We're kind of hoping that someone's going to go to.
I was really hoping we'd see it. Maybe we don't get it on day one, but what's great is that the players are really going with intensity and intention, and they're really trying to win these games. So they're going all out. The management are using the rotations and substitutions really well to maintain those levels, and hopefully, the margins have been quite close in the last 2 games, so hopefully we will get what we want to see, just for our own kind of neutral entertainment.
Yeah. Well, Caroline Seger, the legend who was in your position just before you, was talking about the positivity, and the teams that are here to have fun and to really go for it are the teams that are probably going to prevail, because for some of them it's the end of a long season, but if they come and see the real positive aspects of it, obviously it's a huge prize fund, $5 million as well. Do you agree with Caroline that those players who are so positive coming into this are likely to be the ones that come through?
You know what, of course, like to be positive about the tournament, you're really willing to win it, but I think that besides the prize money and everything, players are just enjoying because it's a quality tournament. You have good hotel, you have a good field, you feel like the atmosphere is safe. Players are happy to see each other because usually they see each other on Instagram. They are relaxed in the stand, some of them, they come to us, they discuss. It's a way for them to say, okay, football. It's nice, and that's why we like football.
Okay, well, we've seen 6 of the teams in this inaugural World Sevens football tournament here in Estoril. It's time to see the final 2. Paris Saint-Germain against Benfica. And to talk us through it, Rachel Brown-Finnis and Flo Pollock.
Final game then of the day. Paris Saint-Germain coming out. Players there a moment ago just on the bench, not in action today. Quite a young starting 11 named by Paris Saint-Germain. Going with youth. Came second in the French league, so often the bridesmaid rather than the bride, with Lyon always winning, of course, in France. And now we've got Benfica. And this is going to be interesting because they've got a bit of a home advantage. Lisbon, about 20-minute drive from Estoril, where we are here. So Benfica on home soil-ish. Will that give them a bit of an advantage? And they are very dominant domestically. They've won the Portuguese top flight 5 times in a row. Nicola Reisa is coming onto the pitch, Brazilian attacker. Marit Lund coming on as well, being cheered on by all of the teams still here watching from the stands. And these 2 teams now have had the opportunity to watch the other teams before them, and will that affect the way that they play as Katrina Amado comes on, obviously a popular figure, getting a big round of applause from the home crowd. As is Lara Martins. And Anna Gaspar coming on as well. So this is the 2 starting sides then. Remember, we have unlimited roll-off subs, so these players are just the start for this match. This group 2, Roma, PSG, Manchester United and Benfica. Let's take a look then at the starting 7 for Paris Saint-Germain. Klidzenek in goal, Gaetino, Hurt, Laguile, Eshigini, Fazer and Dawson. A young starting 7 for the side from Paris. These are 2 captains. Do the coin toss. Who will shoot which way? The sun completely off the pitch now, so no need to worry about the sun being in your goalkeeper's eyes.
I certainly feel Benfica will feel that home advantage. They'll want to put on a performance, and here's the starting lineup.
Pauwels, Lund, Katrina Amado, Camarao, Sobrinho, Gasper and Martins. All games have been won within the 30 minutes so far. And we have our first extra time. As Paris Saint-Germain face off against Portuguese champions Benfica. And we are underway then. And you can actually hear that home advantage, the crowd chanting Benfica early on.
Yeah, the sense of pride that Benfica will have hosting this first ever World Sevens football event. They'll want to put on a show.
Really good defending there from Gaetino. Knocks it forward. Ball's out of play. There will be a throw in for Benfica. So much exciting women's football going on in Portugal. this week. Of course, the Champions League final on Saturday, Bayern Munich, Arsenal-Barcelona even. We just had Bayern Munich playing, the World Sevens.
Yeah, the conventional format of football. Yeah, I just met some Arsenal fans, actually, who'd started off their Champions League final tour by taking in this tournament.
Why not? Bit of seven-a-side. Echegini. Nice slick passing from the French side. That's a good ball in behind. And now maybe Benfica can break.
Yeah, certainly these young crop of French players will all be about possession-based football. You know, modern football is about that, and they'll have grown up and only ever played for possession-based football.
And so many of these teams as well, Rachel, will play seven-a-side in training all the time, these kind of small-sided games. So it's not a completely new format for them, is it?
Certainly the feel of the intensity that's required to play a smaller-sided game will absolutely be something they're accustomed to. It's the kind of nuances, the slight subtle change, the roll-on, roll-off subs, the no offsides that may take a little bit of getting used to, or certainly a little bit of practice or training at. I'm sure we'll start to see some specialist set-piece moves as well creep in.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. We've not really seen that yet from the throw-ins or corners.
Yeah, like the short corner at hockey, that type of thing.
The win takes that out of play.
It really is whipping up if you look at the flags on the left, to our left-hand side behind the PSG goalkeeper. They're bending over sideways. So it's advantage PSG with regards to wind direction in this first half.
Lund carrying it over the halfway line. Goes back to her goalkeeper. Pauwels, German goalkeeper for Benfica. Nice little move from Racela.
Yeah, Pauwels, in my opinion, offering the highest starting position we've seen out of all the goalkeepers so far in this opening day. Well, that does it. If you plan on goal hanging, you cut down that option because you're pretty much marked out of it. That option is almost denied by having a really high starting position, Pauwels, for Benfica.
As a former goalkeeper, you always have your eye on the goalkeeper, don't you, Rachel?
They often get left out of unnoticed. Benfica have themselves a corner.
It's a good-looking ball cleared by PSG. Opening 4 minutes yet to have a serious chance. Both sides just getting used to the new format and the tempo. If the player runs in behind, best to just play it forward. Racela. Home crowd cheering them on. Lund. And the effort from range is an absolutely wild one from Anna Gasper.
Yeah, just before then, it was Caterina Amado. She was wide right, but she was holding a line. She was looking across at the defender. You've got to almost delete all the things, the patterns of play that you've learned, the timings of your run. Let those inhibitions of playing as a forward player, let those just drop. Try and pinch some goals, hang out around that goal area.
Good headed clearance. Now can PSG come forward? Space, left and right, and that's surely a foul. Shot comes in, and she can't finish.
What a let-off. What a let-off for Benfica. It's a brilliant run. Excellent run from Fazer. Just drove down, straight down the heart of the defence. Benfica can't capitalise.
PSG coming forward again. Dawson, who just had that opportunity, and it's Out of play for a goal kick. Dawson not getting the opportunity she wanted.
And as soon as you know it, you've got 5 subs lined up on the sideline ready to replace you.
And that's nice. Benfica coming forward now, and the ball perhaps would have been better to shoot from there, really. Again, both these sides just getting used to the game. And here comes some rolling subs for PSG.
Yeah, try and name all of those. I'll talk you through the shot instead. Anna Gasper was the one who should have pulled the trigger earlier for Benfica. See how much that ball's running through with the strength of the wind.
So now we've got almost a completely new PSG. In fact, have they changed all 7 players?
6, not the goalie, but yes.
Correct. Again, always keeping an eye on the goalkeeper, Rachel. Thank God you're here. And some more experienced players on there as well. Mbok, De Almeida, players that are always in their first team, that's for sure. Benfica also making a couple of changes. Uchebe on the ball. A forward pass.
Oh, no.
And a cut back. Wonderful finish. Lara Martins, curling effort, and Benfica in front.
What a beautiful finish. I'm not sure the pass was actually intended to cut back, although that was the perfect pass that was on. You see Martins here, just as it's squared back, she's running away from the ball. She wasn't holding a space on the edge of the box ready for the cutback. But she's picked out beautifully, and look at that. Fired with swerve and dip and pace. To the delight of the crowd as well.
That's a really good chance of the game for Benfica, and they take it. But PSG are level almost immediately. And that is why we are loving this tournament, because it is just swinging back and forth.
We saw it in the last game, didn't we, with Ajax and Bayern Munich. Ajax got an early lead, and quickly the stronger, you would suggest, team quickly get a hold on things. And it's a wonderful control finish. Only 40 seconds between the 2 goals.
Benera with the finish for Paris Saint-Germain. Benfica's lead didn't last long. Long ball up to Reisler. Prevents the goal kick, but it's out for a throw-in.
That's just how easily a team like PSG, if you don't do the outward ball stuff, out of possession stuff, sorry, Benfica, if you don't close players down, they'll just cut you open.
Nice looking switch. Lund. Does well to get the ball in. Almeida's at the back post, and an acrobatic attempt from Katrina Amado. To Kajinga, can't hold on to it.
Well, Marshall Bayou-Chibi there at the back, last player, deepest one for Benfica.
Benfica making rolling subs. Jodie Brown on. Jamaican international. And she's picked up here, Brown. And she get past Screech Bot. Yes, she can. The ball across. Good goalkeeping. Speak about international players with experience. Screech Bot has won the Champions League with Lyon so many times.
Yeah. I like the music accompaniment to it.
I know, we've got Eminem playing in the background. Oh, and Jodie Brown can't quite get enough power, and she's got it here though. Brown, and again it's a great save from the Paris Saint-Germain goalkeeper. Benfica pushing to get back in front.
Eminem, you only got 1 shot. Well, she got 2 there. Jodie Brown, that first one, missed control, but does really well to rally and win the ball back for her team. Corner's been taken, good save by the goalie.
Benfica on the attack again, and it's gone all the way through. Lovely turn. Free kick.
Jedrzejczyk did absolutely brilliantly to deny Jodie Brown.
Ooh, and that's a heavy challenge. Challenger's flying in now. She's looked good since coming on. Jodie Brown signed in the summer, young player. As I said, Jamaican international. As De Almeida collects it, which will go from range and just dragged it wide of target.
Yeah, already scored for the Rega girls. Jodie Brown, senior international, in 23. See how deep PSG is dropping and trying to be compact, not allow the ball to be played through.
And they'll be happy with that all day, won't they? No problem.
New five-side team coming on.
That's really interesting, isn't it?
It
We've
is.
not seen that from a team yet. It's been very much, oh, wow! Incredible. PSG still coming forward. Shot dragged wide, but that shot was hit with real venom.
Oh, I think it was Hercher, wasn't it? Left-footed, outside of a left foot, so it's curling back. And this is the follow-up, the dragged shot from Echegini. What an effort. An immediate impact nearly from one of the 5 or 6 substitutes. But you're right, we've not seen that format, have we? 6 on, 6 off. Certainly puts the opposition in a bit of disarray, who's on who.
It causes a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage, but
we like it.
We're yet to see for which team and whether it's actually beneficial, but PSG coming forward now. And it's 4 against 2. They can make this work. The ball across, parried by the goalkeeper.
Yeah, Powells could not afford to leave it when there was a PSG player just lurking at the back post. Good build-up play, slick, end up being 4v2 for PSG.
And that's blazed over.
Another corner given though. Must have taken a little deflection.
Good spot, Rachel. Should be a referee. No ball in, and the header! Catching practice for Powells.
Yeah, a lot of spin on that, wasn't it? Couldn't get through it, had to create all their own power. Gaetino just couldn't. Not had a headed goal yet, have we? I don't think.
We have not. I suspect we will see relatively few in this tournament, the way that it's looking.
I'd love a diving header. We've got to have that as well.
That would be sensational. Powell's right on the halfway line, and she surely wasn't trying to lob the keeper there. No, it was a through forward ball, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe it was. Just overhit it. Is. Keep talking about the win. It is quite tricky to control.
What I do like about this format as well is the goalkeepers can go anywhere. Sometimes you play small-sided games, goalkeepers are contained in their penalty area.
I would 100% take advantage of that. Rule, stroke, no rule.
Get forward, have a shot.
Yeah, especially, you know, if the back line backs off. No pressure on you.
And that is something that PSG are doing quite a bit. They're happy to drop deep and then try and burst forwards on the counter. Dawson now goes with a vicious effort, but just shanks it a little bit.
Yeah, not the first time that PSG have ended up outnumbering Benfica. Benfica's midfield, sure they have made some changes, but the midfield's certainly been lagging behind that turnover of play, turnover of possession. PSG is certainly the quicker to get forward and try and make something of it.
Dawson gets it across, sliding challenge, and wow, what a save. Powell's really, really alert.
It's a phenomenal save. It's a really good build-up, and you see hurtling in on this left-hand side. That's who the ball was intended to, but they had 2 bites at it, but brilliant save from Powells.
No time for the corner then. The half-time whistle blown end-to-end. Exciting football once again. Benfica taking the lead using their home advantage, the crowd behind them to get the goal, but Paris Saint-Germain getting level, and at half-time it's Paris Saint-Germain 1, Benfica 1.
Thanks to Rachel and to Flo for that first half. Well, it is a highly competitive final match of the day here in Estoril. Nothing to separate these two sides at the break. Benfica going for it, PSG going for it. There has to be a winner, whether after normal time or sudden death extra time or possibly sudden death penalty shootout. Stay tuned.
Real-time stats and scores have arrived on your DAZN app. Follow your favorite teams and competitions from over 500 leagues and cups with instant updates so you never miss a big moment. Get even more from your daily destination for sport.
The UEFA Women's Champions League final.
Barcelona at their glorious best. Mariana Candente! Brutal from us. How fine will the margins be?
Let's knuckle up! Can I get a face-off with Conor McGregor?
Combat fighting in its purest form.
There is no show in the world like the BKFC.
This isn't new. This is world-class sport at its peak. Witness football, volleyball, basketball and boxing. The biggest names, the biggest stages.
Brilliant finish!
The best in the world.
Got a lot to celebrate.
Unmissable.
This is off the scale.
This is where you watch.
Written in the stars!
DAZN is the global home of women's sport.
It is chilly and it is breezy and it is tight in our final game of the day between Benfica and Paris Saint-Germain. Nothing to separate these two sides at the break. A goal apiece, highly competitive, Laura, in that first half. What did you make of it?
It was a really balanced game, like two aggressive teams. And I'm really surprised, not really surprised because, I mean, Benfica is playing in front of a crowd, but really like competitive, aggressive. Really good game, really good game.
Yeah, I agree. I think Benfica came out first. They got the goal through Martins, a cut back on the edge of the box. And, you know, what a finish that was from her, Laura Martins. You see that she just waits for the ball, the timing, the weight of pass is perfect for her to just take that strike, bend it into that top corner, and it was a wonderful finish. And then, of course, you know, PSG go up the other end and immediately score after 40 seconds with this finish. You know, on the edge of the box. What do you think of that, Laura?
Yeah, I mean, we see the same type of the way of their scoring. Like, they are going in the corner and then pass the ball back. This is type of the futsal technique, I would say. Like, you keep the ball on the side, so you bring everybody to defend, and then you push this ball back in the...
And I mean, this strike from Hertha, oh my days. I mean, it deserved the goal.
Yeah, it deserved the goal. It's good to see that the players are, like, not taking the time to control, but shoot with the... I mean... play with their gut. This is also what this game is all about. It's like changing what you used to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see how the second half pans out now with Rachel and Flo.
Second half then. About to get going. Finally poised, 1-1. 15 minutes to play. If we're still level after that, we will have 5 minutes of five-a-side with a golden goal. And then sudden death penalties. And Benfica's goal scorer from the first half, Laura Martins, gets us underway. PSG immediately breaking forward. And that's good goalkeeping from Powell's. Did just enough.
Well, it was excellent stretching run, wasn't it? Taking advantage in the offside. Traore. But excellent goalkeeping here. See, Traore just tries to slip it past Powell's stands up brilliantly.
De Almeida. Back to her goalkeeper. A little bit of a heavy touch. And Racela can only head it behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, caught her on a blind side, didn't she? Kedged the neck. Good pressure.
And she goes forward right up to Traore. Touches it into the path of a teammate. And that's nice from Mbok. They dinked ball forward. Traore getting it under control with her chest. As mentioned, Mbok.
Lovely in that. Great feet. Lovely little touch inside. Kind of aware how she can switch it. Compare whipping up a crowd frenzy.
One back, Traore. That's a nice touch. Breaks down though, Benfica. Martins now. Goal scorer from the first half. Slides it in, and it whistles just past the post.
That wasn't far away. It was a beautifully struck left-footed strike through the ball. Just, you got your fingertips down on the floor. You're looking behind you as a goalkeeper, just hoping it whistles past. And it did for PSG.
Mbok knocks it into what she thought that was the hand of a teammate. Then she gives away the free kick. Taken quickly, Racela. That's what you want to do in this kind of game. Take the free kicks quickly. And then there's a hand in the face of De Almeida.
Yeah, unintentional, but you just put your arms out so the player can't run past you. Racela, but there's De Almeida. Did defended brilliantly. And it looked like it could be advantage Benfica, didn't it? It took the free kick that really quickly.
Martins done really well there. Still going, Martins! And shot just went away from Laura Martins in the end.
Oh, showboating down this left side. Look at this little scoop. Ooh, beautiful skill set. If she'd have finished this off, tell you what, she'd have done a lap of the pitch. Tuva Hansen style, shirt swinging around her head. Fully would have earned that.
Jinga gets the effort off. Comfortable save for Powells. Benfica using their bench, bringing on Nigerian Uchebi. And that crossfield pass, just a little overhit, caught up in the wind.
Just letting the music run for this one, I quite like it.
It's nice having a bit of a background.
Yeah, players often, we often train to music, you know, it makes you feel relaxed, but it makes you work hard. Keeps you focused.
Great challenge from Uchebi, and she's gone down there. We're going to play on, but I think we want to really pull back and make sure she's okay. They've got roll-on, roll-off subs. They should perhaps use that.
Yeah, roll her off. She's played that kind of player marking role, man marking role at the back there.
Lund trying to wriggle past two players, can't do so. But again, though,
got 6 PSG subs all ready to roll on.
PSG coming forward again. Quite a few of the big hitters missing today. No Marie-Antoinette Katoto, no Romy Lukta. Kachawi, not in the squad. I believe she's here. I think we saw her in the crowd. Might be used in one of the later games. As Benfica hit it forward.
Well, the concept of this tournament was only born beyond any contracts that would have been written, so certainly the players would not be contractually obliged to compete in this competition. So from what I've heard, certainly 1 or 2 clubs that they ask the players, do they want to? And if they have opted out, they have opted out, no obligation.
Still got plenty of big international players, though. Jodie Brown back on the pitch, the Jamaican forward. Looked really good when she came on in the first half. Uchebe with, I think, not wanting to be harsh, but the worst shot we've seen today, Rachel.
I'm not even sure it was a shot. It wasn't a clearance, it wasn't a shot. Was it a pass?
Got to try things. It's all about innovation this tournament. As Lynn wins it back. So transitional, this type of football.
Yeah, 20 yards out is not far inside, you know, the opposition's half. So the size of the pitch. So with the wind behind, take a touch, it opens up, give it a strike.
Silva takes your advice, Rachel, but looks it behind for a goal kick.
I should have added more centrally. Benfica are looking a little jaded now. Initially started really, really well. That excellent Laura Martin's goal. The crowd cheering, the music bouncing.
Uchebe knocks it out of play off Herta. Players coming in and out of the game.
This is Martin Piretto, a player I've been looking forward to seeing. Spanish international, top goal scorer this season for Benfica.
Yeah, first sight of her on the pitch then. First action is to pass it into the path of a PSG player, and they take advantage of that mistake, and the side from Paris are back in front.
Oh, what a horrible start for Cristina Martin Piretto. She's a striker, she scores goals, she shouldn't really be back there, but she is, she does her best for the team. Uchebe just misses the tackle, can't get the second one. There's the ball's shot towards goal, it squeezes through. Lara Martins squeezes through. Player that's just come on, Pietro. Martin Pietro.
Dawson with the finish for Paris Saint-Germain. Heavy challenge that. Challenges flying in left, right and centre, and Dawson perhaps with another opportunity, but Uchebe really good. Just nicks in front of her. Still going, Uchebe, good strength.
Good feet as well, Uchebe there, excellent.
Herta does the nutmeg and then tries to buy the foul. Referee not interested.
Nah, I think she's just off balance as she rounded the player. She'd been leaning on her. The player got out of the way. She fell over.
Jodie Brown still going and was so wonderful until she took the strike.
Just scuffed it, just hit down on the top of the ball and just had no power through it at all. Probably wanted it on her right foot.
Good tracking back from Brown, gets the header. Uchebe gifts that straight to a player in blue. Again gives it away. Paris Saint-Germain trying to shoot at the near post. Herta there. Angle wasn't really on, was it? Way too tight.
But it was a brilliant recovery run from Jodie Brown. Combination of her and Powell's in goal kept that out.
Time for a goal kick, and Benfica want to take it quickly. That's too quickly. The ball rolling. It does still have to be taken from a stationary position.
Just over 5 minutes left. Crowd are getting into song again. Benfica, they want to get that equalising goal.
Another nearly nice move from Jodie Brown, and here come a flurry of changes for Paris Saint-Germain. They are changing their full outfield side, and that's what they've been doing all game. It's really interesting.
I guess you can train as a six, you know, as to exactly what synchronised movements you need, what each player brings, what their role is within that six. It's less disjointed than bringing on 1 or 2 players in some respects.
Silva. Switch pass will just fly on out of play.
Yeah, like France's goal where they drew 1-1, where they got the goal back. Just slide the ball. The passing movements for that goal was absolutely beautiful, and what's required at this style of football.
Blocked by Uchebe. Kajinga. Traore with the effort, blocked by Uchebe. Benfica, as you say, Rachel, look a little like they're struggling in the final stage of this game. Very close, though, 2-1. A very tight score, this type of format.
Well, Portuguese football has improved so much, both at international level, and obviously the Lionesses are playing Portugal. The UEFA Nations League caused them problems. Standard of the Primeira League has improved dramatically, but you're still playing up against a fully professional PSG team, who have been for a number of years. And certainly fitness is one of the elements where, if you're a fully professional player, you know, there's literally no stone unturned. Every element of nutrition and fitness is something you focus on a daily basis as much as the football.
Final stages of this game then, up to Pietro. Cross come shot, didn't quite work out.
Yeah, just that sharp edge that's required for perfect execution just seems a little dulled for Benfica now.
Traore can't quite latch onto it. Benfica wanting to make changes quickly. Players on the bench screaming at the players playing. When it hits 30, that will be full time. There's no additional time, so Benfica needs to get things moving, and moving they come. Silva. Back on it, Silva. Dinks it forward, and Benfica running out of ideas.
Yeah, change personnel. Jody Brown maybe. One last attack for Benfica.
And that will be a free kick. Goalkeeper up to take this. Camero, forward pass, gifts it straight back to Paris Saint-Germain. Lund with the...
I feel that could well have been Benfica's last chance. We've got De Almeida. We've got a little bit of experience on the pitch to be able to see out this last minute of the game.
Goalkeeper to goalkeeper. Can Benfica come forward now? Reisler up against De Almeida. Poked out. And on the turn is Prieto. She couldn't quite catch it as she'd like to. 30 seconds remaining. Hoel's forward and out of play.
Oh, and that was the chance, wasn't it? Beautifully worked herself, really. Frustrating for the manager, because she knows she's created the chances. Lunt a minute ago, fired over.
And there it is then. Paris Saint-Germain edge it just about. Up against Benfica, who took the lead initially. But 2 goals from the side from Paris. Full time, Paris Saint-Germain 2, Benfica 1. That's probably the closest game that we've seen so far. in this World Sevens football competition. Young side from Paris Saint-Germain playing quite innovatively in the way that they sub their whole team on and off. Benfica didn't quite have enough in them. Let's take a look at the group table then after that. So there we have it, Manchester United and Paris Saint-Germain top. Both won today, so they're on a point each. Level as well on goal difference. AS Roma, Benfica, third and fourth. And Rachel Brown-Finnis, let's get your moment of the match as well.
Well, this crowd, this Portuguese crowd, looking forward to seeing their Benfica team. So my moment of the match is the opening goal for Team Benfica. Laura Martins scoring this on the cutback. Lovely how she shapes the ball. See how the cutback there, she shapes the ball, comes onto it and finds the gap between the defender and the goalkeeper. And the crowd went wild. What a great start to their tournament.
And that was the moment of the match presented by Invisalign. And that is it now for day one in this World Sevens tournament.
Of the day is completed. Victory from Paris Saint-Germain. We've seen all 8 teams now. Really hotly contested match now with the locals from just down the road. Benfica here to compete. Certainly not to make up the numbers, that is for sure. Very much in that game, but it was won by 18-year-old Foya Dawson in the end. Baby Jordi Bonera coming over to say hello to the legend of the game. Hello, congratulations. Bonjour. Do you speak English?
A little bit.
Okay, we can do a little bit of English. Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How important was that win for your team?
It was the first game, so we wanted to start with a good game and with a win to make us make a great tournament.
Your English is good. What are you talking about? I'll stop speaking so slowly. Oh my goodness. No, we can have a proper chat. Great. How positive were you coming into this match that you would beat Benfica? Did you think it was going to be as difficult as it was?
We don't have the... on savait que, en fait, on n'a pas l'habitude de jouer à 7 contre 7, donc on savait que ça allait être un peu compliqué. Il fallait prendre le temps de retrouver nos marques, etc. Mais on est venu avec plein de bonnes ondes, on a mis de la musique, on a chanté, on a dansé, donc on profite vraiment et on essaye de prendre du plaisir pour être bien quoi, pendant les matchs.
They didn't know what to expect from the game. It's a 7-by-7, but they said we are taking it cool. We are here to enjoy this time. We were dancing, we were singing. So we are here to be serious, but at the same time to enjoy.
Yeah. Okay. And the players coming into this game, did they know much about Benfica, the players of Benfica, or was it new for you tonight?
Est-ce que vous connaissiez les joueuses de Benfica ou c'était nouveau pour vous?
Il me semble qu'on a déjà fait un match amical contre elle début de saison, mais moi j'étais blessée. Donc je pense qu'il y a certaines filles qui en connaissent quand même pas mal.
They had like a friendly game in the beginning of the season, so some of them knew some of the players from Benfica.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is baby Jordi Bonera, who has been on the score sheet today for Paris Saint-Germain. And thank you for the translation. Congratulations. Well done. Anita, how's your French, by the way? We took the microphone off you.
Yeah, not very good.
Sorry. How much do you think there was a little bit of pride at stake here for Benfica? As Rachel said in commentary, Portuguese football has really come on, but Benfica only play just down the road, not too far from here. A lot of their local supporters here as well. Do you think that might have helped them in terms of being competitive tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. We felt the energy rise, you know, when the crowd and supporters started chanting and getting behind them and cheering and saying Benfica. And of course there's a sense of pride. You know, they were playing at home in Portugal, in their local community, with lots of young players watching them who want to aspire to be just like these players who have played today. But I thought they gave a really good account of themselves, and there was a number of players I was really impressed with, Lara Martins being one of them, who I thought entertained me, and I'm sure entertained the crowd with her skills in the football.
Yeah, and we saw when the Benfica players were filing off just alongside us here, they looked really devastated from that win. And we were talking about how much fun this tournament is. They were taking this game really, really seriously. And the fact that they lost so narrowly, having competed so hard, has really affected them.
Yeah, we could feel like it affected them, but it's also showing us that those teams are not scared of any teams. It's true that it's just a reminder, this team was created in 2018. But as Rachel was saying during a commentary, like the Liga is like developing so much, and we see that players are not scared anymore. This is this type of tournament who are like giving the opportunity of players to step up and not wait to play in big competition, but it's adding opportunities to teams to continue to grow their game and to show their talent.
Well, the football's finished, but the DJ has only just really got going, because the DJ is turning up the volume, is cranking it right up and entertaining the supporters who are still in the stadium here and have been hanging out. The VIPs are only just filing out now. But when we come back, we're going to be discussing the first day of this inaugural tournament. And here's Teenage Kicks, an 18-year-old Foya Dawson scoring the last goal of the day, the winner for Paris Saint-Germain against Benfica. More to come in just a moment.
Greatness comes to DAZN this summer. The world's best players will be summoned together to decide the greatest club on earth.
Vinicius, great chance to score.
Goats will battle Wonder Kids. Fire will meet ice. From Boca to Bayern, PSG to Palmeiras, 32 clubs from across the globe will compete to be crowned
Rodrigo, what a strike that was.
world champion. And this summer, Haaland won't be watching from home, but you can, on DAZN. In every country in the world. FIFA Club World Cup. Watch on DAZN from the 14th of June.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. Let's go!
National League has a new home.
We've got lots to look forward to here on DAZN.
All of the matches.
The early shot is a really good one.
All in one place.
It's a great ball. It's a super goal.
Live or on demand.
Fabulous.
Available on any device.
That's a goal. And scores majestically.
It all starts here.
National League TV now on DAZN. Sign up at DAZN.com/NLTV.
Live golf on DAZN. Who will be victorious on the banks of Lake Manassas?
Glorious shot there.
From the 6th to the 8th of June. Live on DAZN. DAZN is the global home of women's football.
Let's go!
Bringing you the best live games.
On my team!
With the biggest stars battling it out in the biggest competitions.
Through the chaos! First blood in the title decider! Would you believe it? Goodness me!
Witness every season-defining moment.
The stuff of champions!
Live and on demand. Only on DAZN.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And pillow fight it, because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
Oh, well, the players have all filed off the field. The fans are just filing away from around us now from the tribunes here. They've enjoyed their first day in the inaugural tournament here in Estoril.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field, powerboats with A-listers, gravity-defying skaters, high-flying volleyball, home run hitters, and pillow fight it, because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
Oh, well, the players have all filed off the field. The fans are just filing away from around us now from the tribunes here. They've enjoyed their first day in the inaugural tournament here in Estoril.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field, powerboats with A-listers, gravity-defying skaters, high-flying volleyball, home run hitters, and pillow fight it, because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
Oh, well, the players have all filed off the field. The fans are just filing away from around us now from the tribunes here. They've enjoyed their first day in the inaugural tournament here in Estoril.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field, powerboats with A-listers, gravity-defying skaters, high-flying volleyball, home run hitters, and pillow fight it, because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
Oh, well, the players have all filed off the field. The fans are just filing away from around us now from the tribunes here. They've enjoyed their first day in the inaugural tournament here in Estoril.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field, powerboats with A-listers, gravity-defying skaters, high-flying volleyball, home run hitters, and pillow fight it, because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
Oh, well, the players have all filed off the field. The fans are just filing away from around us now from the tribunes here. They've enjoyed their first day in the inaugural tournament here in Estoril.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field, powerboats with A-listers, gravity-defying skaters, high-flying volleyball, home run hitters, and pillow fight it, because why not? Unmissable. It's all here. Discover more on DAZN.
Oh, well, the players have all filed off the field. The fans are just filing away from around us now from the tribunes here. They've enjoyed their first day in the inaugural tournament here in Estoril.
Discover the sport you didn't know you needed. Not just the bright lights and big leagues. This is back roads and bases. Grit and guts. Full throttle action. We're talking touchdowns and track and field. Powerboats with A-listers. Gravity-defying skaters. High-flying volleyball. Home run hitters. And